Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions. Arab women stripped them of their tunics and their swords and lances. The soldiers lay naked in the sun. 2,000 years ago, I was here. Well, this match will not be postponed.
Hey everybody, it's me, your buddy Admiral Teag, and with me is my pal, Radioactive. Welcome to the real world. Hi everybody. Welcome to Friday. You made it. Hey Radioactive, what's going on, buddy?
It's time for Teag's Intense Talk Show. That's what's going on, Teag.
Ooh, I can feel the intensity. We have a big show for you tonight, starting with, something not too controversial, although this was written by the victors. That's the attribution. It's this day in history. Did you know that on this day in 1950, Boston thieves pull off the historic Brinks job?
I did not know that.
I don't know too much about that one. There was much bigger heists. This was not a New York heist, right? So we heard about it, but I mean, we heard about stuff like Brinks job, like suspect dies in jail and stuff like that. Like it was a long time before I ever heard anything about this stuff. I mean, this is well before my time. But I guess I want to take the only thing I'm curious about on this one is how much money did they steal? It's 1950. It was a fortune in 1950. I'm going to say it was like $85,000. What do you think? But cash.
You mean then, $85,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because of the cost of living and everything, it's like a whopping $85 million in like money and untraceable jewels or something like that.
Right, no, wait. 85,000 or 85 million?
Probably 85 million now, but they probably they're under 100 grand and a good degree, 10 to 20%, somewhere like that. So like 85 grand.
85 million today. We'll have to look that up.
We can do that with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Hi everybody. Welcome to Teag's Intense Talk Show. RRTNZ. Hey, thanks, buddy. Wow, Chuck Norris can checkmate you in a Scrabble game. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't. That's like, could you imagine Chewbacca and Chuck Norris playing that game with the holographs? It's like, let Chuck Norris win. Yeah, but Wookiees don't go kicking people through the side of the spaceship and getting us all sucked out in the vacuum of space. Actually, Mr. Solo, space is quite survivable here. I've seen ahead into a subsequent movie. Yeah, that doesn't really happen, 3PO. It's been a month since the discussion started about how that Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker both are like one's 7 years old and one's 5 years old, and boy, what a disaster both of them were. I don't think Star Wars ever came back, but let's see, compared to how much money the Rise of Skywalker made, this is going to be, they made off with more than $2 million on January 17th, 1950, from a Brinks armored car depot in Boston, Mass. It was the perfect crime, almost, as the culprits were all caught in January of 1956, just days before the statute of limitations expired. Wow, I would have found a way to run. I would not have been in America. I would have gone to Cuba on vacation for that, like, entire statute of limitations. And that's a lot of money to have a statute of limitations on. So $2 million from a Brinks armored car depot. That's, so how much, did I say how much it was worth today?
I don't know that you did.
Want to guess how much $2 million in 1950 is worth today? So 1950, this is 2026. So 1950 was 137 years ago, or maybe possibly as little as 75. Somewhere in that range.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Early cell phones were around.
No, didn't they call them walkie-talkies back then?
2 cans of a string. But
Yeah,
we had
there you
so $2 million bucks. I'm imagining, because money is money, and it doesn't say it was anything but like cash. It was as much as you would think, like 5 huge duffel bags or some shit like that. I don't know. I just don't know. But they got, I mean, I would have to imagine the truck was part of the theft, right? It's like, yeah, we're going to be taking this truck too, for at least for a little while, so we can meet like 8 or 9 of our friends and offload this into vehicles. But so the Brinks job today in 1950, that's one to put a pin in your calendar. They caught those guys though, so unfortunately the money no longer out there. Sorry guys, there will be no Brinks job money. 1995, the NFL's Rams moved to St. Louis.
Wow,
Where the hell
it's
did
been
they
that
even,
long?
where were they before that? Was it LA to St. Louis, back to LA?
Yes, it was L.A., then to St. Louis, and then they're back in L.A. again.
This was a year, by the way, the Republican Party took control of Congress. So if the Rams are in LA, the Republicans will control Congress. That might seem to be a truism.
That could be. That is an interesting take on things, Teag.
Well, I don't think they had complete congressional hegemony, but the last time they had control, wasn't that for a little while at the beginning of Trump, and then the last time before that was a little while at the beginning of George W.?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, if you actually assume that the parties are voting along party lines.
Yeah, that's true. Although, hey, on this part of the show is where we try not to get demonetized. But you know what? The AdSense is just, it served its purpose. We have people here, and we're doing real well for a change. And, you know, YouTube, it's such a weird game. It's like, today's earlier show was mostly just a commercial for today's show, or for tonight's show, and we thank all of you for being here. And tonight, for whatever reason, we're doing better on YouTube than we did on X. Earlier today, just mind-blowing stuff. Triple-digit concurrence on X, and this show can still do it. So we don't flex all the time, but when this giant roars to life, it really does. So let's see just who's out there. We got Tony Stark of Iron. I was hanging out with him last night. Good evening to you, Tony. Tony's going to have some material for us later. There is a live Tony Stark, well, as live as it can get. I ran into Tony Stark last night in that dark alleyway. YouTubers go for inspiration. You saw us there, Radioactive.
I did at the end.
Source is. Yes.
At the end, and it was like
at the edge of the YouTuber oasis. You saw all sorts of strange YouTubers coming and going.
It was a weird sight. Let me tell you something. The freaks come out at night.
Yes, the metal menace Tony Stark was there. There was a shadowy figure in a helm moving away. We have no idea who it was. I give no attribution, but we had a fun time with our pal Sean. Playing a little retro reels and games kind of stuff, watching Tony mostly game, and just talking about some of the stuff that's been going on, and a fun time was had by all. So Tony has something up his sleeve for you later. Do not underwrite. Do not write off this dangerous man. No, this really fun and entertaining friend of ours. Tony Stark is a very sick and dangerous man. No, he's a great. Well, he's both, right? He can be both. We love him anyway. Let's see what else we got in today's this day in history. What happened on January 17th? You know what? The Brinks job, and also, I mean, the Rams moved to St. Louis. Right? Ireland grants a divorce for the first time in the country's history. What year do you think that was?
Grants a divorce. Oh, that's a trick question. Ireland. I'm going to say 2015.
Here's what's so weird about it. I think. Oh, it's 1990s. So 1997.
Oh wow! Okay.
Not as late in the day as you thought, but yeah, it took a long time. What did that guy have to do? The first ever divorce. It's like he's a drunk. It's like, well, ma'am, the entire jury and the judge are drunk. Could you please? It's 11:30 and we're in Ireland. Yeah, I'm Irish, guys. I can make the joke. I don't care. I'm oppressing myself. What can I tell you? It's great to have you all here. Well, who do we have out there? I also see Mr. House Party 6. Yo. John the Beagle Dad is there. Andy Morrow. It's been a tick. Hi, Andy. Good to see you, my friend. I said hi to Stark, Mr. House Party 6, and Lombardi 1969. Tweet out that I'm live. Wes Cagle was here with us earlier, having a great time. We did 1883. What I love about 1883 is that it is a great show, and no one's really safe. This might be the first episode we've watched where no one died. No one died. No one.
Yes, that is true. No one died, at least as far as we know. Maybe off camera.
Off camera, somebody certainly. Yeah, right. We had we have friendly guardians. The native guardians are not. They have no problem with the settlers right now. We're moving towards our destination. But like I said, we found out today from additional wiki stuff that they never get on the Oregon Trail, which, thank God, that answers a lot of questions. We had no idea while they were doing what they were doing. So get this one. Stalin banishes Trotsky.
On this date?
In 1928.
But banned him from what?
That banishes him. I think he kicked him out of Russia.
Oh, he kicked him out of Russia. Okay. How ironic that a Georgian kicked out a Russian from Russia.
George is always on my mind, right? Is this the day Nixon... No, Nixon didn't resign. He resigned in August. Was this maybe the day of the break-in? Why is his picture here? Or is it just because he's a great photograph? A weird-looking guy, but always a great photograph, isn't it? Was it the times? Was it the aesthetics? Richard Nixon in front of brutalist architecture under the obvious roof of what looks like Orlando or Southern California kind of architecture. And, like, he's on top and kicking ass.
Well, only Nixon could go to China.
So we heard in Star Trek 6. 1977, Gary Gilmore executed. That's because he was no longer welcome as a member of Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that was a sad situation.
It was too bad. It was him or Roger Waters, and no Gary Gilmore. You know what? I remember this as a little kid. I remember sitting there, eating my little alphabet soup or whatever I was having, and my mom and my dad, and I was just Gary Gilmore executed by. This one is notable because it's a firing squad, if I remember correctly. Let's see if I'm right. Gary Gilmore executed. Gary Gilmore, convicted of double murder, is shot by a firing squad in Utah, becoming the first person executed in the United States since the
term serial killer was first widely used in the 1980s and is defined as a person who murders 3 or more people, usually in service of abnormal
some nonsense that I don't want to hear. I can go back to that page. Wow. So yeah, he shot a few people, so they decided the best thing they could do to him. And hey, Miskatonic, it's good to see you. Who else is coming in? Miskatonic, I saw last night. He made it clear that the cameo we want next is Nicole DeBoer. The problem is that we have to think about how to get her to talk to us while mentioning Bird of Prey 5 without being sorrowful. But we'll figure it out. LA Fires put Fallout season back to 2026. I heard about that. Is it, forgive the term, smoke and mirrors? Were they in trouble maybe anyway? This is a long time ago. Like, what happened? Did their facility burn? It's like, our code burned down. Like, is that where the cloud is? I mean, I don't understand.
That's a good point. I don't know.
Oh, wow. And
well, you would think that the fires would actually enhance the ability to have fallout.
Right? The fallout.
There's already fallout. Yeah, they got ash dropping everywhere. I mean, what a great environment to film in.
We're gonna get too soon on that one, but I mean, let's face it. It's the joke told itself. We had no choice. Let's see. This seems to have a all right, here we go. An average inflation carrier is producing a. Wow, we were only like 12 characters short from finishing that. What a shame. So here's the last 12 characters of the comment. We'll put them together in a way that makes sense. How did I manage to pull? Oh, wow, it dropped it to a second comment. It bifurcated it for me. All these new StreamYards things that I'm counting on to all these improvements that they rolled out to help me, the streamer. Thank you so much, StreamYards. One day I'll pay off the $500. $1 in 1950 is equivalent allegedly to the purchasing power of about $10.89 in 2019. I believe that because people were buying a beer for like 50, 75 cents, and a beer is $8 or $9 now, right? So just about
that'd
right.
be about right. Or
So
if you look at a burger, I mean, I think a McDonald's hamburger back then, well, at 1950, so McDonald's.
They were making them so fast. I think the idea was they were selling them below what you'd expect. So those McDonald's burgers are probably a nickel.
Probably 10. Nickel to 10 cents.
I'm gonna bet they were smaller, and they were hoping that you'd buy like 4 for 15 cents or something. You know
I'm thinking they're bigger and they're actually made from real meat.
That's true. They were still higher in quality than the ones we have today, we think. But average rate of inflation over 69 years tracked is cumulative to 989.32%. Yeah, so I don't know. That's a lot more than the 160% cost of living that you negotiate for your boss. If your boss won't give you 2.5%, show him this one. F you, boss! And let's see, Team DePaul has been catching up. Yeah, the Linda Park greeting is really cool. We've played it before. I guess if you guys, should I play it again? I'll let you see. This is the intro now for the Saturday Star Trek show. We have a special Linda Park one, and what we did was it's vertical, so it can't really be cropped that well with the editing software I have. Maybe other people are able to do stuff with it, but she's really being herself and she's really cool. So it was like, it wasn't really about the background. So I put some Star Trek sounds behind her, and I just set it up. So this is our Saturday night intro.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
So, fun stuff there from Empress Sato. And let's see, isn't the price of a Big Mac in each country used to measure relative economic success? Asking for a friend. You can get 2 Big Macs for one if you pony up. So, not that you can't finish that much of a McDonald's food, but your blood sugar and salt will probably be through the roof. But, I don't know. What do you think, Radioactive? I guess maybe? If they
That's
cost more
it might,
in
yeah.
Qatar,
It might be a measure. I mean, some of the guys are saying it is. I could believe it. I certainly could believe it.
all right, let's take a look. What's the price of a Big Mac in Turkey? And not a Big Mac made of turkey, but a Big Mac in Turkey.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do they call a Big Mac in Turkey? It's not a Royale with cheese.
Cow. Do they call America cow in Turkey? Like, do they have another name for their nation that we're not aware of? And they're like, yes, the people from the United States of cow. I mean, we don't know. If Turkey and Hungary went to war, would Greece help? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
I think it needs to be strongly looked into.
I would think Hungary would win because they would use Greece to cook turkey.
All right, so as of May 2024, this is a little out of date. The price of Big Mac in Turkey is $5.58. Price of Big Mac in New York City. $13. A Big Mac meal is $13.49. It's $4.39, but that's 2019. Show more. How much is Big Mac in New York? $5.23. Is life $1.23 better? And Sean Carter, hey, 12 months. I've hit a full rotation around the sun as a member. How many star dates is that? That's 365 star dates, which is it's a full year. So that's 86 weeks, 100 by the metric system, or 300 metric years, 1 imperial year, or in the galaxy far, far away, like an indeterminate amount of time. But thank you so much for supporting me for all this time. There's a new video out that I made earlier with that. It's the work of my brilliant panel, and they did a great job with an episode of Star Trek called. Well, this week is Minefield. Last week was Carbon Creek, which is a series high. We did there's a Carbon Creek discussion that you guys can watch now. It dropped this morning. It's being watched. I'm not beating the hell out of the engagement on this one. Like, I've kind of run out of the amount of people. Oh, wow, Mr. House Party 6. Wow. I think maybe I'm going to have to look into whether or not I can activate some memberships. If I could, maybe I could figure that one out.
He's getting the party started.
Thank you. Yes,
getting the party started.
Quickly. Wow, everyone's showing their membership and some new members. Let me just put this in here real quickly, and then I'll thank Mr. House Party 6 the best way I can. All right, so here we go. This is the Carbon Creek discussion. It's only 18 minutes long, so it's very consumable. It's the best part of it, and for some reason last week we just pulled it off very quickly. So if you have a chance, check that out. At least give it a like, get it moving, set it up to watch later. It's a pretty good upload. It's a pretty short conversation. Mr. House Party 6, man, what can I say? Thank you so much. Your wisdom has founded this crowded house. It's 5 new Teag members. Let's see who Mr. House Party 6 has brought into the family. Crowbar the Skull, welcome. Kremlon, hey, welcome, my friend. It's good to see you. Daxonar, I see Daxonar in all the best places. And Don Lewis. And my pal Snowdub. Snowdub, man, I don't know if you're in the chat right now. Snowdub does hang and listen to some of the show sometimes. He's a great guy. And I have to say, one of the things I love about Snowdub is that he is such an inventive and really organic genius at growing his channel. He put on so many subs. Is it 10,000? I think he's past 6 grand. He's really on fire, and he's found a way to do it that's just very inventive. He's an extremely, extremely great YouTuber. And you know what? In the world of YouTube, where it can be cutthroat, Snowdub's a friend. So I want to thank Mr. House Party 6, a friend of mine and a great guy, making everybody, a member of this show, where you could get yesterday's member video where I talk off the top of my head about David Lynch, and we can talk about, and that one's new, and there's also some music for you and some other stuff. So please feel free to use the emojis and welcome. This is like Snowdub's second appearance as a member of the channel. Congratulations, everybody, and thank you, Mr. House Party 6. Someone asked me the price of Big Mac in Los Angeles. Door deal, $5.49. Uber Eats, $5.79. It costs between $5.49 and $5.79 according to Google. In the state, the price of the Big Mac varies. Yeah, because California. I asked Los Angeles, where does a Big Mac cost $18? At the rest stop in Connecticut. Wow. All right, that's crazy. Sean Carter pulling rank. Wes Cagel's got rank on Sean Carter. Sean Carter with 12 months supporting me with video, helping me make my videos and get out the best content I can. I thank Sean Carter so much. Wes Cagel is a member of my channel for 13 months. Everybody notices I've messed around with the badging again to get them as cool as possible. We have the best badges. Let me tell you something, man. We got the best badges. We don't need no stinking badges. You can use the YouTube, the faux badges, but I use the real badges. So if you'll notice, like, we have the Commodore logo. The first one is the yellow, the gold command shirt with the red Starfleet logo to welcome you in. That one lets you know you're here. Then you move up in month 2 to the Commodore Decker command braid. That's like been redone. It's the same symbol, but it's been redone heavily. Now it's on black. It looks kind of elite. I dig it. Then after a year, you get the gold Starfleet logo on black. And then that's the 6-month one rather. Then at 12 months, we move to the Mirror Universe, Dagger Through the World, because let's face it, we have moved away from the Starfleet. Stark of Iron, 30 more star dates that everybody's memberships are coming due at the same time. We just had the first stream ever in channel history was struck for today. It was not struck today. It was demonetized for using video from another channel. No big deal. I don't care. But that's the world we live in today. So Mr. House Party helping us out, making members. You know, like we're recruiting. We can't reproduce. No, that's a different group of people. Thank you so much for helping us. And I'm still mopping the floor of the brig at 11. You know what? We are going to get you out of that brig, and we're going to get you into a holodeck. But you know what? That brings us to, I guess we haven't really finished today in history. Hello, John the Beagle Dad, and hey, Wallace Lang. So I guess I'm caught up on chat, and I'm caught up on members. It's so nice to see everybody sharing their membership milestones. You guys have been the greatest of members and the greatest community, and also the greatest of subs. So supportive. I don't have to have a show blow up live to look at the number the next day and see that it's outperformed a lot of other stuff. We have a voice that's around the world. It's a Star Trek show. The concurrents, they're a great thing. It's a great flex, but that'll continue to grow. Great watch parties paid back to you with stuff like Yellowstone. That's a lot of fun. And you know what? Coming up tomorrow, a great episode of Star Trek Enterprise, Minefield. We're going to have some fun with that one. Can Captain Archer can Captain Archer save the NX-01 and Mr. Reed? Is it going to be one or the other? Can he save both? That's what we'll find out. And listen, guys, you're the best. Thank you so much for supporting me. It's 13 months, 13 amazing months. Been crazy, up and down, banned and unbanned, on fire and less on fire. We're more on fire now. It feels good to see everybody coming out. And I guess it's because we turned minimal monetization on. I got my eye on kicking commercials when I can. I'm trying to make them as infrequent as possible, but it's on the lowest setting. If I don't turn it on at all, they don't tell you. I'm taking that risk with the Star Trek. I think it's worth it for people who don't have the monetization. And I think that everybody probably is willing to help me out with that. I think that everyone's on my side with that one. Radioactive, it's the right thing not to monetize not to put AdSense on for the Star Trek show, right?
Yeah, I think
people need their Star Trek.
They do. It's one of those necessary nutritional requirements, like trying.
After the show, when it's not live, sometimes I'll turn it on for the watch parties. But mostly what we do is we make uploads of the best part of the watch parties, and that's what we made the other day. It went live this morning. There's a Carbon Creek upload. Check it out, like it, help it move in the algorithm. Like, just go there now and check like so that you can help this thing out and watch it later. Like me now and watch me later. And honestly, it'll be a big effing deal because we'll get our voice out there. We want to have the last word on the Carbon Creek discussion. On Enterprise, we're slowly taking over the conversation on YouTube. and slowly taking over the conversation really on Google.
That is true. That is true. But you failed to mention that you're getting a lot more with the show tomorrow night than just no ads.
You're getting the actual episode.
You're getting the actual episode. You're getting your discussion. You're getting Sean Carter's discussion. You're getting JT Kirk's discussion.
All these guys. Yeah, Mike Crew and Germ.
And Germ. So,
Resolute Germ.
I mean, that's got to be what, at least a $10,000 value?
That, you know what? Here's the thing. It was only worth about $4 in 1950. But yeah, now with the cost of inflation.
I mean, with inflation, it's at least 10,000.
Yeah, you know what's funny with that $4 with the inflation, with the like 900%, so it would be like 900% of $40. It would be like $380 or something like that. Like the night we could have a decent, not insane, but decent night of drinking for the panel with that much money. We could buy some drinks for some other people too. Maybe it would be fun. Max Redstone, hi, it's nice to see you here. Teags Atomic Talk Show. Yeah, your hair is beautiful. We can do Atomic. But thank you. Welcome to the Big Boom Boom. Why does Radioactive make it sound like an infomercial? You know what? It's because the next exciting episode of Star Trek just sells itself. It's put together by people who wanted you to like the story. So when you talk about it, there's no way for it to sound like you're not selling it. That's why the failure of modern Star Trek is so incredible. You've got this thing that people just will go out of their way to see. And people say, streaming has been so good for Star Trek. I don't know where we're coming from. If anything, it's gotten them out of writing beginnings and endings. It's just the beginning is just build up. Then it's an empty circling of the story for like weeks and weeks, and then all of a sudden we drop out of the clear blue sky. Drops like an explanation, and it's always the same justification for the explanation, right? What? Like, how could that be? It doesn't make sense. It does make sense. You just can't understand it. Oh, okay. Never accept that from a fucking movie. Never accept that from a show. It's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. And Wallace and Sean are exchanging hails, and Max is hailing. I love the Friday shows when I can hang out and just actually talk to the people who watch the Saturday show. Saturday is a little more hectic. I might be a little behind on the chats, but there's just setup time. Scripting goes into it. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow with Minefield. Minefield is a great episode. It's the first ever, quote unquote, first ever canonical appearance of the Romulans. This show is so respectful of Star Trek that I have to say, I'll give it to them that because they're respectful, I'll give it the canonical appearance of the Romulans. They're supposed to be having the beginning of tension with them anyway. And yeah, streaming has been so good for Star Trek. Their case is that quantity outdoes quality, Max and Radioactive. That's what they're saying. Like, you never got this much Star Trek before. And I'm like, I think there was a time when Deep Space Nine and Star Trek Discovery were on at the same time, cranking out like 23 episodes a year, 22 episodes a year.
Yeah, there was some overlap between those two shows.
So there were 52 episode years. They've never approached that. There's something like 50 episodes or 55 episodes of Star Trek Discovery because the season length changed every season. It doesn't become constant until like maybe the last couple. There's like something like 20 or 30 episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which is bad. I call it Strange New Lows. There is however many episodes of Star Trek Discovery. And all this stuff about Star Trek and how they're not having, Discovery be part of the continuity. If Discovery's gone, why is Tilly in Star Trek Academy?
I have no idea.
I don't want to use the real name of their show, even when I talk when possible. Maybe. The AI hasn't gotten there yet, but I'm training myself.
I think I know why. I just realized why.
They're
doing a remake of Star Trek 4, and someone had to play the whale.
You know, I got to be honest with you. There would have been a time when people could have had an honest discussion about how Mary Wiseman was pleasantly plump but still cute when she started out, but they've made her look even more unflattering into a custom-made, unattractive person, and ugly on purpose starts with her. It's just that because they don't treat their cast well, she had like a child, maybe a couple, and she didn't get to quote unquote whip herself into shape. And then like society turned against the idea that she should. And then I don't know what her deal is, but like her husband's out of the picture. She's got the kid, and she's just like Tilly now is just like she's real big, and she can't even play the Tilly of season 1 when they time travel back. Like they don't have the money to CGI shrink her. But
yeah. Well, they can't call that de-aging.
No, they would have to call it just like, well, I mean, de-aging from the fact that like at one point it was a smaller whale.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you call it. De-weighting?
I don't know. Is her reality show called Blackfish? You tell me.
Good question.
We watched we showed, and listen, guys, we sound like we're being mean. No one has been more supportive of Mary Wiseman as being made to look bad on purpose than us. They comb her hair with firecrackers. They make her look terrible. She's not the worst looking person in season 1 on the red carpet. If you Google like Star Trek Discovery,
look bad.
They make everyone look bad. That's kind of like that's what they do. What
and the
characters.
They make all the characters.
That's not as on purpose as other things they do, but yeah, they make the characters look bad. Like we're doing great as far as script goes. We have plenty left. So on this day in 1919, now this I have said a million times, this would save YouTube. Do you know what happened on this day in 1919?
1919. Wait a minute. Well, let's see.
We've joked about it extensively.
World War I hasn't
channel.
ended yet.
No, it's over. World War I ends November 11th, 1918.
Oh, wait, that's right. Okay.
We're only in World War I for like 14 months, and only like 9 months of them are we operational. We train on our own for a while. We're like, no. Station in Poontang. That's a joke from that's a joke from Good Morning Vietnam. Here it is. That's what happened. It went into effect today because it was ratified yesterday, right? So I guess I don't know if it went into effect at midnight, but that was yesterday's story. Whatever. Today was 1919 Prohibition ratified by the states. Prohibition now. Prohibition now. This might save YouTube. Stationed in Poontang. How is it there? Hot and wet. Isn't that the joke, right? Did I remember the joke correctly? Oh, wow, Sean Carter, my friend who got us the Linda Park cameo, which we showed earlier. Tilly can't be in a Star Trek 4 remake. Spock wouldn't be able to calculate the mass of Tilly through the space-time continuum, right? Angels and ministers of grace protect us. Hamlet, Act 4, Scene 2. I love that part where Spock is like calculating the coefficient and everything. And I don't know why weight came into it. I guess in the atmosphere. It makes sense in the atmosphere. In old Star Trek, there was always enough given for you to think through what happened. We said this earlier about David Lynch. David Lynch's movies, they didn't make sense. They didn't add up, but at least there was a good conversation in the movies that didn't make sense and add up. But yeah, like how do you calculate for Tilly? Sean Carter, our pal, helping us out. He'll be here on Saturday where we have a great episode. And you know what? I get effusive sometimes about Star Trek and I go on and on. You know, it's because I love it. All right, I'm sorry, General. You know what? It's just that I love Star Trek, and Star Trek is great. We're going to have some tomorrow. We've got a great one called Minefield. It's an episode of Enterprise. The Romulans show up for the first time. You're going to love them. They're the Romulans. It's great. We got Romulans. I don't know if I want to give away any more than that, but we have Romulans. Okay, tomorrow, Romulans, ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff. And by the way, the best tile in the history of this channel. And Wallace Lang says to Mr. Conic Madman, I found Doomcock when he was doing a review video of one of Disney's Star Wars, Scarwart's Squeakquel trilogy movies. You know what? That's how my YouTubing began, really, with me and Mr. House Party 6. It says, yeah, I'm sorry. They're on the lowest setting. If I don't turn them on, they will not tell people. I tried that one. Saturday, I'll take the risk. It's your Star Trek. You know, I know that Star Trek will tell enough people, and people know that I'll be there. What can I tell you? It's screwed down to minimum. Once I start reliably getting people here, and I can hold more concurrence, because we got in trouble here. Something similar that happened to Tony happened to me. And what would happen with us was, when we re-uploaded something, AI makes a transcript of you that the live YouTubing could never do. But also, because it's AI, it doesn't understand that you're reviewing TV, so it thought that something we said about Star Trek was something we said about something real. If you tried to report that in real time, it wouldn't go through, because the contextual evidence isn't there. But the AI might mess up with it. That's why editing the stuff for YouTube and the uploads take a little while, and Carbon Creek had to be gone over a few times to make sure it didn't go up it too far in a few places. It could have been a half an hour longer, because we go through the cameo page of Star Trek, and the first 3 or 4 rows are people we've heard of, and then it's all freaks, weirdos, and losers from the new modern Star Trek. I'll leave it at that. I'm working on a way to try to upload it, because the conversation we have is hilarious, but it might be for live only. Hey, Mark Harkness, it's Trek, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it at all. Yeah, no, it's bullshit-based life. What if life can... Jim, what if life could be based on bullshit the way ours is based on carbon? I don't understand. Right. Yeah, right? It's what is made of pure soy. It's the only thing that keeps the bullshit together, Jim. So, let's see. Let's keep going on this day in history. We're knocking it out of the park with this day in history, to be honest with you. I'm having fun with it. We're getting the 16th, though. That was yesterday. Let's go with 117. Come on, man. How many more days of that?
I don't know. We only have a few more days. A call and pop.
I know.
What are we going to do?
Here we go. We're back to today. Gary Gilmore was executed.
For his lack of contribution to the Wall album.
Yeah, Ireland granted divorce, and in 2013, the Bolshoi Ballet artistic director attacked with acid. It's freaking horrible. In a crime that scandalized Russia and made headlines around the world, Sergei Filin, artistic director of the Bolshoi Ballet, is attacked with acid outside his home in Moscow, January 17th, 2013. A dancer at the ballet, Pavel.
Are we to assume that he was tripping as a result?
I was wondering what kind. I was hoping they'd say lysergic, so he would be like nuts. But it sounds like he's like the Phantom of the ballet. Yeah, no. On the evening of January 17th, Sergei Filin was returning home when a masked man threw sulfuric acid in his face. At the time, Filin was artistic director of the Bolshoi Ballet, Moscow's most renowned. I wonder if you can even see. Catherine the Great founded the opera in 1776. Steps away from the Kremlin, the Bolshoi became blah blah blah. The attack became exposed fierce conflicts within the company. Is he okay? I mean, what happened to his face? We don't get details. I guess it was pretty bad. That does not, to me, sound like a thing that is good. Call me crazy.
Maybe the guy that threw it thought, I thought it was citric acid.
Oh, and hey, here's one that has like a personal aspect for a lot of us here. Some of us, love the U.S. of A. If you love America, Battle of Cowpens, South Carolina, this day in 1781. It makes sense. A January battle, I'm going to assume. Is this the one? I think
Cowpens was on this
I've read
day?
a lot. Yeah, I've read a lot about the American War for Independence, because there's never been a true American Revolution.
You know what?
Remember, go ahead.
Patton may have been there.
Patton
may have been there, and guess what? That means I'm only 1 degree away from Patton, because my ancestor was there.
I was wondering about that, and if you were going to share it with us, but yeah, you share that aspect in context.
He was at the Battle of Cowpens.
Carthaginians defending the city.
Oops, wrong one. Here we go.
And not only that, but Mel Gibson was.
Yeah, we do have like a composite version of the Battle of Cowpens in the movie, The Patriot, which is not a Mel Gibson movie, but a Roland Emmerich movie. We'll turn the crazy music down just a little bit. Yeah, so a Battle of Cowpens. Yeah, your relative was there. Amazing stuff. It seems like it makes sense that in the South you would have a winter battle because like a lot of this land maybe was harder to get across. In South Carolina, possibly it was a swamp. They needed the colder weather for the ground to firm up. I don't know, but in Southern battles, it tended to be a much smaller engagement with a lot less soldiers on each side. Like, we're talking a typical Southern battle was like 110 Federal soldiers with like with like 180 militiamen and like 500 Guardian allies attacked a British force of like 28 regulars and 300 Guardian allies. That's kind of a Southern American war for independence.
That was
battle.
actually the little fun fact, actual real fact here for a minute. That was the battle where they did get this part right in the movie The Patriot. This is where the British Dragoons were basically annihilated, and from
Except
that point,
battle's in summer.
Well, the Battle of Cowpens is where they were destroyed,
right?
And as a result of that battle, the British could not effectively go on the offensive in the Southern theater. After that. They didn't have the mobility.
The tide of opinion was swinging. The British had gone a bit too far in a few places in the South. They had made nothing but enemies running around down there trying to stop this rebellion. That down there was a lot less substantial than it was up north. Like, it was just commerce raiding in the South. It's like, I think a lot of it was guerrilla level. The fact that Washington's down there at the end of the war shows how much the complexion of the war had changed. 1781, we're about to break their back in just the... Is it going to be the end of this year that we end the war? Or is it 1782 that the war ends at for the most part at the battles in Virginia? What is the final battle? Williamsburg? No. Battle but on the chest, right on the Chesapeake
Yeah.
Bay. What is it called? The battlefield has one name. The battle of
Yorktown.
Yorktown. Yeah, Yorktown. There you go. It's the USS Yorktown. No, the Battle of Yorktown. We hem in the British by the sea. The French fleet finally shows up late, but like in time to make a strategic difference, and that just like that's the end of that. Is that later that year? By 1781, it's going the rebels' way. I think the one thing I read, I still haven't re-verified it, but it's believable. After we beat them, the truce that we negotiated gave them like almost 3 whole years to get out of America. Like, we don't take New York back to like 1784. Like,
really?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll be out of here. I think that the deal was there were so many of them so far flung and so like chain of command made it like not even inoffensive to Washington that it would take them that long to march out or march back to Washington. Just
you know why?
Now.
They got stuck at the Brazos River. They couldn't figure out how to get east.
I thought maybe congestion pricing in Manhattan kept them like all having to find a way to raise money.
Well, it was that new toll that went into effect. The congestion toll.
I missed an opportunity. I could have gone to, if it wasn't in January when it's cold as piss, so we could have gone to the bridge and filmed like an hour from like 5 to 6 a.m. Or from 8 to 9 or 9 to 10 a.m. on a normal morning. 8:30 to 9 would probably be the most representative moment of people coming over the 59th Street Bridge into Manhattan onto 2nd Avenue. And then do it again a couple of days after congestion pricing kicked in and see if it's really made a impact. And also, by the way, final piece of history. In 1916... what's his face? British guy, Churchill. He made a speech saying war is bad. That's a bold move, Churchill. Let's see how that works out.
See what Cotton has to say about it.
Exactly. It's a bold move. So, by the way, in the world of comics, and we say hello to everybody as we get into Spider-Man, the next part of what we do here. Max Redstone it's a multi-alarm fire. Freaks, weirdos, and losers! You beat me to it as you're typing. And hello, the RRTNZ says Trek's worse than dead. When you mean bones, what's the mystery? Trek's brain is gone. Yeah, its heart is gone too. Its heart's gone too. It has no heart. It's basically every bad thing about the characters in The Wizard of Oz that they need to overcome. It has no heart. It's rusted in place. It's not working properly. It has no courage and it has no brain. Really, just it's brainless, heartless, and it's
How about
really
any
it's
tin
sad.
and straw?
So excuse me.
Any tin and straw?
It would have been great, yeah, if we had. Basically, if they had tin and straw, we'd all be much better off. Because honestly, the whole analogy works out. Because honestly, they if the stories had courage, they'd commit to telling us a real story. They won't. If the stories had a heart, we would be carried along with them, even though sometimes they're dumb, but they're always dumb. So I mean, they have no heart. But that's they're not even smart enough to be bailed out by having good heart. And the stories have no brain. They're so dumb. There's no hanging in there with these. Cotton, I like war. Let me delete it 50 man. Max Redstone with setting the alarm. Yeah, you know what? The siren song of the fact that they're going to try to make Gremlins 3. I don't believe it, Radioactive. I don't believe it.
You know what? I heard Critical Drinkers say something about this the other day, and he did.
Before
he
you
did
start, I just want to say we might have to clear Jar Jar Binks of the Jar Jar Abrams name because it's so much worse now, and Jar Jar Binks may have done nothing wrong. So yeah, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Anyway, see, I'm trying to remember what they call this. It was like legacy, not remakes, but sequels or something like that. Was the term being used? Like they wait so long to make a sequel that it's irrelevant. Oh, we may have lost Teague on the comms. That's not good.
That's on me.
Oh, you're back. All right.
I double muted.
Dead
Yeah.
airspace.
No, I double
radio.
muted.
Bad for radio. Because I just have to do the filler. That's
Thank you for being there. Yeah, here's the thing with the Star Wars movies. Where's your romance even, right? Like the basic element of movie making. We don't have a romance. We have one kiss and then we die, basically of embarrassment. Like, why wouldn't she charge him back up again? Was she out of force power? All of that movie makes no sense.
Well, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. But that's the whole point, right? It's not made to make sense.
The movies come out roughly the same week, 2 years apart. So it's 7 years of people hating Star Wars and like 5 years of Star Wars making absolutely no fucking sense. The Last Jedi makes absolutely no sense, but like it's more the anger of that movie. But like the Rise of Skywalker confirmed, like we won't be getting back to making sense anytime soon. And oh, by the way, we don't care. RRTNZ Abrams brain. What is brain? You know what? Honestly, Mark Harkness, I don't think he honestly knows it. 1781 is Yorktown. So, okay, yeah. So, the Battle of Cowpens, this is like basically we're just starting to smack them around. They're like withdrawing to Yorktown to try to get the hell out by sea. Like, they're like, we'll take the southern colonies back. These people aren't that into it. It's like, General, what did we do? It's like,
we may have gone a bit too far in a few places. Maybe we shouldn't have burned that town down.
Like, George Lucas would make the best British colonial general. You know what?
But then what does he do when he goes back home? Is it going to be apology accepted?
Yeah, I think so. The king would force choke him. The thing about Cowpens, when you say like we got the Dragoons and that's in the movie The Patriot, that is true.
Yes.
I would have to imagine it's a freezing cold battle. Is this the one where I think at some point they had to withdraw because no one's weapons would work because of the snow? Large snowflakes were making the flintlocks like impracticable. So I think they withdrew for.
But see, it was in the south, so I think that happened.
We're still doing.
Yeah, but it's below the freeze line, so I'm not quite sure.
It might have been freezing rain.
That I don't know. Sorry, my
I think weather plays into that battle.
He didn't leave me any notes.
Yeah, right. It's like
you would thought I would have his diary or something. It's like. You know what I mean?
We have Joseph Plum Martins. Battle of Cowpens.
Oh, that was led by General Greene, by the way. He was in charge of the Southern Theater.
Yeah, I don't know how it is he's not in the picture after the war. He must have like tried to go up against Washington in the wrong way or had no political ambitions. All right, so the Battle of Cowpens, according to Wikipedia, which has finally stopped begging for money, was a military engagement fought during the American Revolutionary War on January 17th, 1781, near the town of Cowpens, South Carolina. American Patriot forces estimated at 2,000. Yeah, like we are really able to muster a lot of guys at this point in the South. So the tide had turned as far as people's opinion. It's in Cherokee County. So 2,000 militia regulars under Brigadier General Daniel Morgan. So Morgan was in ultimate command, and 1,000 British troops under Lieutenant Colonel Bannister Tarleton, and there's a Tarlington in the Patriot movie. The thing here is they broke and destroyed one of the most feared and hated American loyalist regiments, and I think the real thing here is however many of these guys may have survived, say 20 of them, 10 of them, 5 of them, whatever, like the 2% that made it back, there is no rebuilding that brigade or replacing it with another American Dragoon brigade because now the tide had turned and no one wanted them there anymore. People wanted the war over and they started to blame the British. The people on the fence were like, it needs to end and it's on you. They may not have been pro-Washington, but they were sick of the British at that point. So let's see, the American victory was the worst loss suffered by British units since General John Burgoyne surrendered to Gates in Saratoga in 1777. So it's the biggest win in freaking 4 years of bloody fighting. The British campaigned southward because of higher British support and Toryism. Yeah, so Toryism is just the North is lost at this point, bro, except for New York, which is just held by military force. The South, however, pro-independence enthusiasm surged when news of the battle spread. Tactically, Cowpens demonstrated that American Patriot militia, when properly led, could inflict heavy casualties on Britain's best-trained troops. Morgan's militia disbanded after the battle, leaving 550 soldiers under his command. So he took a beating. He took a beating. He got his ass kicked. He lost 50% of his guys.
Yeah, 50%'s really bad numbers. At least in the modern era, if you have a 10% attrit rate, the unit is pulled back. You might actually disband the unit after 10% attrit rate. So when you look at 50% attrit rate, it's done.
Your fighting spirit's broken. You don't trust the man next to you, or you bad memories. All you do is talk about the guys you lost. You got to break that unit up. October 14th, 1780 is when the chain of events starts. So this is a very lively campaign through the South. Some aspects of this reach as far. Tarleton makes it all the way to New Jersey in his little freebooting campaign. He's there with the infamous Charles Lee incident in New Jersey. He serves distinction at the siege of Charleston and the Battle of Camden. When we think we fought to keep Camden, when you see what it looks like now. So this was a larger campaign concludes. But that's today in history, and welcome to everybody. It's good to see so many people here, and as usual, we're outperforming ourselves on X, but that seems to be everybody's thing now. Kronos, my man, my madman, diary of my madman. It's good to see Kronos here. Kronos is friend of the channel and a friend in karaoke. General Greene was Washington's choice. Congress was first sent to Horatio Gates. Gates was a paper pusher who took credit for Benedict Arnold's battle at Saratoga. Gates screwed up, so Washington sent Greene. Interesting. It's good to see Kronos. It's good to see everybody today. Mr. Chat. Every time I think about watching Star Trek Discovery, I feel like I'm stuck in a temporal anomaly. No progress. It's the same painful, constipated feeling over and over. Yeah, a lot of people own it because they dumped it below market price because Netflix was obligated to pay for it, so they had their money, and then they just didn't bother trying to generate a profit. They're like, we better get this out there. So then, like, with counting on people not to watch it, and like knowing it was bad, they're like, you better catch up on Star Trek Discovery. And then when people watch the new stuff, reflexively like, oh, I own this, I better watch the new stuff. And they're like, this doesn't make sense. And they're like, it must be because you didn't watch the old stuff. And it's just like, well, now I've watched so much. Like, I don't know what their con was. It didn't work so well. They have their fans, and some of them are my friends, and I hate when I end up in a bad situation where we have to like kind of like I have to stand my ground and be a little bit firm about it, because like the fans of the new Star Trek do get upset kind of easily when you trash it. That's why we couldn't have a new Star Trek person on the panel. We tried. The guy got angry and turned it into a competition.
Oops.
You know, you'd figure, like, gone. Yeah, that guy was like fired off the show. Like, the thing was, he wasn't like so much that his points were terrible. It's that the show wasn't on his fucking side. It's like, well, they have a space station here. It's like, yeah, but what about the part where the Betazoid can't, Betazoids can't sense founders, but a founder pretending to be Riker fooled Troy? And he's like, yeah, I can't square that up. And it's like, he couldn't chalk up the L's to the story. It was bad. He took it personally. And then he started using this platform as like kind of a way to like lash out at people he wanted to get into it with, and it couldn't work out. The woke Saving Star Trek cast member lasted for like 4 episodes of Picard. Once the story just totally betrayed him. The story, like maybe he made it to episode 9. The story just betrayed anybody trying to be on its side, though. The mistake this guy made was he couldn't disengage the criticism of the story for criticism of himself. He took it personally.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not your fault when the story lets you down, but the writers kind of manipulate you in that direction by making you feel like any argument with someone who doesn't like the show is for the greater good, because they must be like, this kind of a phobe or something else, or an ism. Crimlon says, Admiral Teag, do you know the other day while flying, Radioactive told me how much he loves STD. Did you catch it in a Mile High Club? The con! I got that right.
That Kremlin, he's just digging himself into an early grave.
And Mark Harkness has the timeline pretty much correct here. 1775, Lexington ignites things. We actually are fighting without fully committing to it, even though it was like real battles and real deaths. Like politically, the people behind the scenes were like, we might be able to talk this out. And like, so we said before the Declaration of Independence, and you could probably verify this, there's 1 or 2 letters sent by like our early Congress where it's like,
maybe we might have gone a bit too far in a few places. If we got limited government, we might be willing to enforce the king's rule from here to the sea. We could probably come.
We were like a little bit like the politicians were being politicians even back then. And it was like only until 14 months into the conflict that the Declaration of Independence drops. So we fight for a while with no real plan except like, these guys aren't being cool. That was our one unifying thing, and of course, Kronos is correct. And let's see, General Green we talked about this one. The truth is that the spectral exam is better than the rectal exam is better than New Trek Kronos. It's at least there's a purpose to a rectal exam, to protect you from possible like preventable early demise and health problems and complications of other kinds. So, yeah, like a rectal exam, as painful and uncomfortable as it is, at least serves a purpose. Star Trek Discovery is pain without purpose. I couldn't help but notice your pain. It's quite pointless. Tilly, let's see. Oh, I like redheads. She, however, takes the cake. Tilly, we could hunt for Tilly's oil. Don't they take brain goo out of Tilly in the new Avatar? I think that's something I heard.
But you mean the new Avatar movie, or?
Yeah, like isn't brain whale goo the plot device?
Oh,
whale
yeah,
brain goo.
You're right. That it is. And you mean an Avatar too?
Yeah, and why we have this, I don't know.
What are they going to do for Avatar 3? That's what I want to know.
They brought that guy once back from the dead again, just have his essence come back to life. I think it's called like
Fire and something or other. And I'm thinking, really? So Avatar 3 is going to take place in Los Angeles?
When they let the dinosaur loose in Los Angeles in
he'll save
Jurassic
them
Park
money,
2,
but
at least that was.
I guess he'll save them some money. I mean, Cameron's been doing all the editing and all the studio work down in Manhattan Beach, so I guess it makes sense.
See, it does. And by the way, I was going to say, we've shown the pictures and defended Mary Wiseman to the point of ridiculousness here on my channel, so I'm going to just drop it. This time you can Google the pictures. There's plenty of guys out there who have a wife who looks like Mary Wiseman, and they're very happy, and she's not an unattractive lady, season 1. Then Star Trek gets inside her head, and that production schedule I will call unfair to her on her behalf. If you feel I'm white knighting for you, Mary Wiseman, I apologize, but I will hold the door for you and say, and I'll hold it extra widely open, but it's not fair that Mary Wiseman had to go back to work right after she had her baby with no consideration for the fact that she had gained weight and that she wasn't able to lose the weight because she was working on a crazy schedule. It's not her fault. It's probably hurt her career.
It's Kurtzman, though. I mean, that's the way Kurtzman.
They scheduled it around the few people who they cared about schedule, like Mikey Spock, who was like still free to have some. Hey, Dave,
yeah,
good to see you.
Hey, let's not be too harsh on Mikey Spock, okay? Mikey Spock put in a lot of effort to hold that phaser backwards.
Dave C, do I follow you on X? Yeah, right. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, man, there was a mistake in an episode of Star Trek Discovery, and this is one of the oldest pieces of media we have on this channel. Here it is. That's just unreal.
Now, how she missed shooting herself with it, that's what I want to know. I mean, that takes skill.
Dave C, by the way, invited me on his channel the other day. Yeah, I don't know how you get a mistake that bad. I wonder if the CGI guy found out he wasn't getting paid and turned the phaser around in post. He's like, F you. You know what I mean? They're like, nope, you've got to render it again, and our agreement says we don't have to pay you again. It's like, all right, fine. Like, because it seems like a goofing around on set kind of mistake. Dave C was nice enough to have me on his channel, so what I did was, Dave C, if you check your X, I just sent you a StreamYards pass if you want to jump on with me for a little while. One good turn deserves the other. It was fun talking about that Battlestar Galactica comics and how like it went wrong. And it turns out maybe if the comic is of a certain level, you can analyze it without comic expertise. Like, I didn't have any art skills coming at it, but I knew a little about printing and a little bit about, like, appropriateness. But if she was a coke smuggler, why is she that big? Why is she... Imagine and how much... the amount of cocaine she could smuggle. Man, she would make a difference, man. The whole East Coast would be would be wired for a week. But hi, Dave C. If you want to join us, you have that option. We're going to be hanging out for a little while longer. I just got here. Yeah. Yes, Dave C. With David Lopan, he's a demon. He's a demon. But you know what? I will pull the trigger. You don't have to pull my finger. You can pull the trigger. I have this ready to go. Everyone on the channel remembers this one. It's far enough into the show I can actually play it. If I play this to start the show, I get into a little bit of trouble if I play the Y Spock Y at the beginning of the show. They don't like that too much. They think that when he's talking about... They can't tell satire from real life, so if this is the beginning of the show...
Why, Spock? Why? All you had to do was pull the trigger.
The word trigger triggers them, and they think that we're talking about crazy stuff, and that blows apart the whole stream.
We're talking about the horse. Trigger. You know, the horse.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Like, Tony had a similar problem, and, like, there's a couple... I talked yesterday about... There's more than one suspect, and we saw people wanting to coordinate to fuck people up than publicly doing it, which was a disgrace. And they should not... And they should all... Like, we should call them out for it. Being all that's worse about YouTube is something people should be ashamed of, but... What happened with Tony's channel was just, I described it yesterday. I'll get into it again today for those of us who are friends with both channels who might not know. Tony's going to be on after Doomcock.
They mistook that it was a Type 0 phaser.
This is how I'll put it. A real enough looking gun showed up on the feed, but it wasn't YouTube that did it to him. It's wrong to blame that. There was a human hand at work because some people had hived off the stream, and they still have it. So there's no real problem with the stream. It's just that someone time-coded and shot. So someone struck the stream personally. And people say, why do I use YouTube euphemisms? Because the same forces that threaten Tony threaten me on a regular basis. And that's about the only people I call out on YouTube. Unfortunately, there are some people who are the worst about YouTube. And, like, Tony will be back, and it's only about 9, maybe, I guess maybe 11 more days, 12, 10 more days. So I advised him to stick
wait a
with
minute.
the
So
uploads.
let me get this straight. So Tony, his
He
channel
he could
actually
only have been
censored right now.
He can't go live.
Wow. See, that part I didn't quite understand before.
Here's the situation with Stark of Iron. The female hormones. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, here's the deal with my friend Tony. Somebody like reported him in real time to the YouTube police. Who it was such an extreme report and so over the top that what happened before they could check it out. And before he talked to me, he appealed it, and he didn't appeal it the right way, so he got in more trouble than he thought, because your instinct and what you should do are like so far apart.
So he zigged when he should have zagged.
He did what
Basically.
I did the first time I had the kind of problem he did, but I never had a real enough looking gun show up.
You mean Type 0 phaser?
Right. I never had a real enough. Not selling you. I'm doing my best. On which show? Hey, how about this one then? We'll tell you that the Nathan Fillion reboot of Firefly may be going forward. So let's see. And yeah, no, you're welcome, Dave. If you want, I heard the pop. Look who's joining us. We got to be true to form here. I got to get my assets together. Let me cover my assets, and we'll get Dave beamed right to the bridge. It's Dave C. Hey, what's going on?
Hello. How are we doing tonight, guys?
It's good to see you. We had a fun time with that Battlestar Galactica comic book. And it was, what can we call it but a strange set of choices by the artists. And
you could call it strange. I call it deliberately off the beaten path, to say the least.
Basically what happens is these guys couldn't afford the Battlestar Galactica license outright, so they licensed Galactica in 1980 to get the copyright down a little bit. So that helps them out as far as paying for it. But now you got to pay for the fact that you didn't pay for the actual show. So you've got your Battlestar Galactica thing going on. So what did they do? I don't know if there was more licensing contingent on the ship, but they destroyed the ship in comic 2. And how do they get the ship destroyed? They pull the Independence Day move by just having the ship show up over the White House.
Yeah. And then, spoiler alert, tell them what happens.
Go ahead. Tell them how they choose to deal with an object over our own White House and our own capital city.
They immediately nuke it. right in D.C.
So which was above the White House? A silent base star or the Battlestar?
The whole Battlestar Galactica, the only military operational ship that they have. And they decided to park it right above the Capitol, and then we decided to just go ahead and nuke it immediately.
And by the way, the nuclear clearance was like it took seconds.
Yeah.
Seconds to get nuclear clearance, and we nuke our own ship. And so,
maybe, and I haven't read the comics, so I don't know, but I'm just thinking out of the box here. Maybe the real intent was just to get rid of all those slimy congressmen, and they missed. Kind of.
Yeah.
Maybe
the whole ship just lands on the lawn, the White House lawn up there, in between. The lawn if you've ever been to D.C. or seen it, between the Capitol and that. So it conveniently lands there with no building damage.
How did you like my amateur analysis that one of the reasons people are usually leaving the room in the frame is because they can't draw faces?
Yeah. Unless they have a large up close panel to do a face on. There's,
Even the one where we saw the Vipers had been launched, which wasn't explained. They did, at least before they destroyed their own ship, at least they got the Vipers out of there. And so the Vipers are loose somewhere. How they're going to refuel and be used, I guess they have reactors in them. We're going to go with that. Or they have Foreverum in the engines. But so they launch all their Vipers and then they crash. You know what? Feel free to have one. I might have one later too. You won't be here all week. Here. What's going on? What happened? Where's the clearance, Clarence?
Kronos.
All right.
I know Kronos for a while too.
Kronos is
good
great.
To see Kronos.
He's a friend of my pal Outlaw Bills. Yeah, he's a pal, and maybe he'll unblock me on X. I think I'm still blocked, buddy. It's Admiral_Teag, but it happens. Hey, you know what? I only send out like 5 tweets a day now. I've got myself on a strict regimen of 5 tweets a day because I found out beating around the bush and trying to be polite is just a waste of time that no one cares about on X. So just like go. Yeah, no, I know that like you probably didn't do it on purpose, but unless there's another Kronos imitating you, like I intend to bring proof, sir. As the challenge, I can bring. I get choice of weapon. By the way, the Omega the Omega Particle podcast was something else that I checked out. They've seen Section 31, and they're comparing it to Discovery, and they said not the best of Discovery.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, and for Discovery, for me, for your audience members, my experience with Star Trek was my stepdad watching it with me as a kid, on Saturday afternoons, faithfully just watching that, And I think I tried to watch Discovery, whatever the episode it was that they showed the Klingons, and as soon as I saw that, I was gone and never looked back.
I think that was the first episode. It's either first or second.
That was the second one.
Yeah, I think it was second. I don't remember. I never looked back, and
you didn't miss a thing.
Apparently not.
No.
The second episode.
Myself through 2 seasons, and that, yeah.
The second episode was so beyond crazy that this is the only way to explain it. A political commercial happens in the middle of the political coup that happens because the Klingons, for whatever reason, think the best thing they can do is have their political change happen in the middle of a fight against Starfleet. And to make things one better, over on the Starfleet side of things, Mikey Spock starts a coup of her own against her captain. So there's a mutiny on the Starfleet ship and a change of government going on the Klingon ships. While we're supposed to be having a battle, it's getting really, really, really confusing already. And during the Klingon coup, what made me laugh really hard, I found it hilarious, was basically what I call Klingon Obama is telling his story. And while he's telling his story, we get into a flashback of what I would only call a late 90s style political commercial where we hear him talking in Klingon, but it's transcribed on the screen. To which I say, why did I learn how to speak Klingon if you're going to transcribe it for me, right? I mean, I went through all that trouble. But they transcribed the Klingon, and it's the story of a tough Klingon childhood and how he had to advance, the hard way up the Klingon ranks and became master melted piece of gum, now. So it was okay that they had this coup and whatever. And the rest of them yeah, sure. And then they waste one of them and they're that's the end of their coup. And I'm like, what the hell? And at the same time, we're having this edgelordy talk between Michael Burnham and Michelle Yeoh. And it's as dumb as could be. And that's what I checked out on Star Trek Discovery.
So that's Section 31 with her character. That's her character coming off as the spinoff, I'm assuming, right?
I think they're going to use the multiverse to have her be nothing like what we think. I think that's what we're going to do.
They cast the same actress, but a different role.
We're making assumptions. We're not. I don't think any of us really know 100%. But if we end up watching it, I don't know if people have a watch party or not. But this is going to be. It's just going to be okay, we're going in as though this is a poorly done Monty Python skit.
Yeah. The only reason we're really tolerating it is because we found out it's only movie length rather than a mini series, which would just be intolerable to say the least. But wow, the numbers just kicked up. I guess there's a surge on X. Hello, everybody on X. And that means that I have to go through my little window into X to make sure that I can view on X, because X is weird about telling me your comments, and I super care about what you have to say. So right now, I have my second interaction window open for X chats. I should see the X chats that come in from here on in, but they if I close the window or move away, it will refresh them. So I'm gonna say hi to X, and you let me know if you see it, and we'll see if it comes through on my feed. It did, and it came through right away. Sean Carter's still out there. Monty Python does rock. Holy Grail's a coming of age experience. Can't wait to I can't wait to watch it just to shit on it. That's going to be such a punitive watch party. I'm going to need everybody from the panel who watches the regular Star Trek show to be part of that. JT might be able to get a note from his doctor. He just hates new Star Trek that much, but then again, he watched all of it because he can first of all, JT's a lot smarter than the people who write it. So he doesn't have to expend a lot of mental effort, but on the rest of us, it's really, really hard. But JT has 2 kids, so he's used to being overwhelmed. So it's just he can watch Star Trek Discovery while parenting, and he doesn't need to pay a lot of attention. So it's a long time later on a show he didn't pay much attention to. When we're talking about it, I'm not sure exactly how. It's the Guardian of Forever appears and just makes it magically happen and gives it a suit. It's it's always right on the tip of his tongue because it's so dumb and it sticks in his mind.
Yeah, I mean, most of the mental strain and thanks for coming on the show and helping out, man. It was great because
that was a blast.
Even if it had been a different opinion, it was great that you were on there, but you had the same pretty much opinion that myself and JT Kirk had, that your only mental stress is deciding what vernacular to use on ripping it apart. And you want to try to like stuff, right? And being a Battlestar Galactica fan,
but you have to be objective, right? Or it's worthless.
You can't. It's so when it gets to be insulting, even for people who aren't that smart like myself, but I've still got some kind of common sense. Be damned when these guys are.
You're still smarter than a bad reboot writer.
I always talk about how when it goes off the deep end like that, and they call it a reimagining, I'm thinking now I see what people have felt like on YouTube. Yeah, how you really feel on YouTube when you've had these channels for years, and this stuff comes up, and then you're like, my God, this is so bad. But you almost have to watch it when you don't because you have a channel. But then again, it's I feel that pain because I feel I almost wanted to tell JT I don't want to finish those comics, but they were for somebody else who wanted me to do them, so I did them. You know what I mean?
I gotta be honest. There's a value in the review of a bad thing. And if there wasn't, I probably wouldn't be here because what made me was Picard 3. And I was like, we're going to fairly objectively review this, and we're going to see if it's going to be good Star Trek. And we don't think it's going to save Star Trek at all, but we don't think it's going to reverse the franchise's fortunes. But if it slows the downfall or it's good, we'll admit it. And we admitted, yeah, this might be their best story, but it was deeply and fundamentally flawed with obvious problems that people familiar with Star Trek are going to be irritated by. If this is supposed to be a pitch to your base, it's you should know stuff from season 1 of Deep Space Nine about how Betazoids cannot detect a changeling, and you can't build that into your story that they can, because your claim that at least your new Trek stuff that dealt with Picard was dealing with primary Picard. This is obviously another multiverse.
Even if these people aren't sci-fi fans, you would think professionally, out of just professional courtesy, they would do their homework, find out what the other shows are about, go through them, take notes, and say, okay, this is the kind of boundaries we need to be working with. But they didn't even bother to do that.
No, it's the same that what I was dealing with this just on the comics thing. You guys are dealing with the Star Trek shows, right?
Right.
It's oh, by the way, I can.
Well, it's not just Star Trek, right? It's all the franchises. It's Doctor Who, Doctor Who.
Doctor Who, exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, hello to the lovely Sherry who just showed up. It's good to see you. Yo, Sherry, what up? Lovely Sherry is also from Queens.
Oh, she's great. Lovely Sherry.
She's really sweet. I see her in all the best places. I love the lovely Sherry.
I was thinking of Sherry from the Four Seasons.
Yeah, I bet she gets that a lot. Once your song's a name, you're in trouble, unless it's John, right? Because there's so many songs named John or about a Johnny point of view character.
Roxanne would be good, right? Roxanne.
Or Jenny.
Yeah. Nice.
I knew a guy who was a broker, and when you live in New York, you meet people who have sometimes have a ton of money, and this guy just had a ton of bucks, and he was doing really, really, really well. and he had like he was like, I'm gonna buy a house in the Hamptons and I'm gonna get a Mercedes and a Porsche. And then like his wife dropped on him that she was pregnant. And he's like, we can handle it financially, and she's like, twins. So my friend has 30-year-old daughters named Porsche and Mercedes.
Getting an ad for you on the YouTube side.
The vengeful naming department, right?
But all of these shows have been destroyed, right? They've just systematically gone through every franchise we could think of. And
I wouldn't say this destroys Galactica. They multiverse it enough.
Well,
it's a seventh son of a seventh son.
Well, not Galactica.
This comic book simply fails. It doesn't hurt anything on its way out.
I think more in terms of film and television, they've systematically destroyed these franchises.
Yeah. By the way, I'm a terrible host. Radioactive, please meet Dave C. And Dave C. meet Radioactive.
Please meet you, Dave C.
Yes, it's a pleasure.
Not Jay-Z, but Dave C.
Dave C. Yeah.
I don't think anyone would meet Jay-Z or P. Diddy.
No. I have seen 50. Yeah. When I was younger, I did see 50 Cent around though, because he and I are from the same part of Queens. Big Trouble in Little China.
Speaking of which, did you guys ever know? Because I'm going to go on the heels of what Radioactive is doing, unless you guys are sticking to Star Trek, and I don't want to
go off on it. We can go far afield. I have my unfinished script from the other show because what happened was 2 celebrities passed away between Bob Uecker and who was the other one?
David
remembered yesterday. Yes. We remembered 2 celebrities yesterday. It was shocking for David Lynch to depart, and I made that video for channel members about David Lynch. So if you're a channel member, you can get my thoughts. You wouldn't expect me to be a fan of his movies, but I thought that he was artful enough. The downside is he encourages punk asses like Ryan Johnson to make movies that make no sense, and they're not artful enough to do it. And hey, holy smoke, Radioactive, thank you. You know what?
What did I do?
Wow, dude, thank you.
Thank you so much. 5 channel memberships for Radioactive gifted out. And
somebody's using my name to gift memberships? No way.
Mr. Anderson is gifted a membership. Dave C. is now a member.
Yes.
Cesar Cueto is a membership. Welcome aboard, Mr. Cueto. Lorenzo Sleestack. I've seen that name around. I know Lorenzo Sleestack. Hello. And on top of a stem of thorns of a rose. Thorns of a Rose. Welcome.
Must be from the land of the lost.
Radioactive, thank you very much. It's extremely generous of you. I think I'm allowed to get another emoji now, but because I'm on the cusp of it, hey, Dadman is here. Hello, Dadman. Dadman Walking is a great YouTuber. Check him out. He should use his wrench to put his chat in there. And I think honestly, I don't think I can trigger the release of the. I can give away a few subscriptions. So to get the next emoji, I think I'm gonna do it. Do me a favor. Discuss the Galactica comic for a minute. I have to jump on my cell phone and release these subscriptions so that there's another gift coming, guys. So hang with me, guys. Talk among yourselves.
We'll have some coffee and talk.
Yeah, Radioactive. I was going to talk about that. A few people have already mentioned Big Trouble because my avatar, right?
Yeah.
I didn't realize
they haven't ruined that yet, right? They're not remaking that.
Oh, so weird that you should have mentioned that because they tried, and I pulled it up because of the year. I didn't even know this till about a year ago. They tried to do a sequel starring The Rock as the main character.
Oh, that would not work.
Yeah,
there's no way they would replace Kurt Russell. They would have to bring back Kurt Russell. If they want to make an honest sequel, let's say, an honest sequel, forget about all the stuff going on the last 10 years. Bring back Kurt Russell, maybe bring his son in because his son did play Kurt Russell, a younger version of Kurt Russell in the Monarch show on Crapple.
Yeah.
And something along those lines. And they would have to do it that way. Maybe
younger Kurt Russell ain't bad. Kurt Russell, he's in the worst show, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I just dropped 5 more of the. You can give away a certain amount every month. I usually just don't do it, but I had them. Now we can have probably one more gift. So I've got to just. We'll put anything up there to hold on to it, and then we'll add a gift. Now we don't have to get rid of one. I improved the channel badging, so these are the people who have joined our channel. We got also Aaron Chapman, welcome aboard. Stephen Ransom, my friend, welcome aboard, is now a member. Curtis Selby is a member of the channel, and Mark Harkness now has membership. Yes, my oldest French, hooray! And Chronos says Kurt was in GOTG2. Is that a game of the...
Dude, which one is that?
I'm trying. I don't know. I'm missing that acronym.
We should know this, right? Especially about
I'm sure we should.
Help us out.
We should know this.
GOTG2. Game of the gay?
Well, I don't know if you heard who was supposed to replace him.
Okay, Guardian. Oh, yeah, we
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes.
Pop culture's hard. There's so much to remember. I'm sure it's
dang acronyms.
You go.
Damn pronouns.
Is that anything like Vigo?
So we have a whole bunch of new people have memberships now. Congratulations and welcome aboard. We'll have some fun with that. Believe you me. The good times have only started. So check out the new video where I just kind of talk for a few minutes off the top of my head about David Lynch. But I give you, it's from my heart. So it's just basically I tried once or twice and I didn't do a great job. And the third time was the charm as always. And I only had to put one jump edit in it because I misspoke. So it's pretty brief. I just talk about how I felt about David Lynch, which was... And I said this Radioactive likes the Frank Herbert stuff. I don't know about you, Dave, see if you've read it or not, but...
Well, the original Dune.
Okay.
That rocked. You know what I mean? For me, that was awesome.
This was my take on, people were like, his Dune movie was compressed and different. David Lynch's movie was compressed and different, and maybe Denis Villeneuve was better, and I'm like, I don't care for Villeneuve's style, so I haven't seen his movie. But one thing I do know is that David Lynch's Dune, while it might have been changed, was a movie that you wanted to watch all of and wanted to see again, and then made you want to read the books. And he did not subvert, undermine, or destroy any characters in a way that made you hate this. If he was pulling something, I'm not good enough to know about it. Time compression to the umpteenth power and transferring of story happened. It wasn't a faithful Dune book. But he wrote a good Dune movie story. It was a complete story. It was a movie worth waiting to the end to see how it ended, and it was a movie I was invested in the final fight and other stuff like that. I thought that in that sense it succeeded. Thoughts on the David Lynch Dune movie, since we've just lost him?
Let me ask you, Teag, when you saw it, had you read the book prior to seeing that movie?
I still haven't read the book. I have to read the books.
Okay.
I'm reading Lance's book right now.
Right
now I'm reading... I probably will get a chapter on it because Lance Nielsen, who was one of our guests, he's been on twice. He did check out the banned and suppressed video for the Wild Geese that we did with Lance. YouTube not happy with that one. Still got 240 views before they gave me a flag for being a baddie.
Why?
Yeah, it did well in language, phrasing, I guess. You know what? We used a certain term South African people use, and we was in context.
In an academic sense too, and they were using it in an academic sense of the word.
It was in context and wasn't even said in any sort of demeaning way. And in fact, we both spoke out against the use of the word. So you know what? I'm going to talk to an agent before I grieve it, because this was something I told Tony when he had his problem. When someone does some crazy shit, they say, do you want to appeal this? And you're like, yeah, fuck yeah, I do. And you hit the button. Mistake. Hold off. Calm down. Get your hands on a Google agent. Talk to them about it before you try to appeal. They may appeal it for you. If you appeal, it can get turned down right away because only an AI can review it. And remember, an AI got it wrong in the first place. So
right.
An immediate appeal, as much as you feel that in your heart, guys, future YouTubers, take the L for a day or two. It's going to take a while to work out. Someone got you. Plain and simple. If you go on without a plan, you know. By the way, Spice World is one of the most valued planets in the Federation, but we have to stop the spread of the STDs there. What do you call it? You have
eat more spice.
Here's the thing: if it's a copyright thing, you can grieve it right away without thinking twice and see what happens, and that's either it'll work or it doesn't. But if it's like a community guideline strike about something like that, then you're not going to win if you grieve right away, because the same AI will just be like, no again. It's like an AI decided that this was a outside the strike zone. It was a ball. It wasn't a strike. You're not going to get an instant replay on the same AI to be like, no, it was in fact a strike. It's not going to reconsider context. So if you're talking about a Star Trek planet and you say that like it gets blown up completely and all the people die and you laugh about it, and you say, they had it coming, they deserved it, and their deletion was well earned. Like if you say it the wrong way, it'll think that like you're talking about like, I don't know, some oppressed real life group, and you could get in. So it have to be like, you have to walk on eggs and you have to be euphemistic and you have to keep referring back to the part where you're talking about a story. And that's so you can just claim your way into a problem. But what happened with Tony was a human hand did it because the stream exists in other places. It wasn't struck on other the people who hived it off, if you know what I'm talking about. When you jump onto someone's stream, sometimes they leave the option for you to hive it off to your audience, which I don't. I'm a real dick that way. I never allow that. But what do you call it? When they hive it off, I'll do it with Roman of the Empire next week. But like the people who hived it off still have it. So what happened was his specific stream was reported and got in trouble, but no one else who has it got in trouble, proving that he hadn't done anything wrong. You know what I mean? Because it's still up in other places. Like that's the ultimate vindication. So instead of just thinking it over and responding, he responded right away emotionally. I think he grieved it right away. I don't know his process of grief. Might have used the 5 stages of grievement. He'll be okay. I was hanging out with him last night with Sean, and things seem to be on the mend for Tony, but we all know who it was, and we all know who is asking him for help striking other YouTubers, and it's just wrong, and people should call it out as wrong. And, I'm not going to get specific, but when you have a guy like the guy who struck Tony, who has not just done it once, but a history of celebrating the deaths of American soldiers to combat-related wounds, you shouldn't carve out an exception just because those soldiers were my father and LDGs. In fact, you should be more angry about that guy, and he should kind of be run out. Didn't realize other streamers could do that until recently. A friend told me how to cut that option off. You know what, Dad, man? Look at your freaking passes. It's not that you didn't realize it. You probably checked that box the first time you were streaming. The new improved StreamYards for the last couple of weeks, it's on your passes. It overrides your controls. You have to turn it off on the passes when you invite people next time. Look at the pass before you copy it. It'll say stream to your audience. Just turn that option off and hit copy again. You have to turn it off once again.
Is that like a pro feature, Admiral, or is that in the free version
no,
as well?
No, to invite anyone. I don't know if the basic 40-hour StreamYards does it, but when I send a pass now, I noticed today that there was an on-off option. On was allow this guest to stream it to their audience.
Oh, I think I've seen that little little square box down there at the bottom.
Right, it was on the bottom. It's very hard. It's very easy to miss. So I saw it. I turned it off, and then I generated another pass. It stays off apparently. So I checked that one. Just checked that one. I'm going live. It's off. Thanks. You're welcome, Dad Man. And Dad Man's going live, but he's on delay, which means don't listen to him until after I'm done. He's a great YouTuber, but I would be a terrible YouTuber if I didn't say, I have a better show. And I know that my good friend Dad Man says to himself, I've got a better show than Teag. And I respect that, and that's why he's a great YouTuber, and that's what makes me the YouTuber I am. Every one of us, and I believe this about Dad Man too, brings everything they got to every YouTube broadcast, and that's why this show I think enjoys such high re-listenability. It's just the way it is. Yes. And exactly, stay with Teag, and you may go for 6 hours anyway. You know what? I would love to come by and say hi if you're having guests. DM me, but like I said, I'm around. I'm not probably going that long. I have a rule about keeping it under 3. I'm thinking this one is scheduled for like maybe 60 more. But yeah, but I do recommend Dad Man, and he's on my channel recommends tab. And if he's not, he will be back because like it's always under construction. My channel recommends tab. I only recommend one person who's really that much bigger than me. Everyone else I recommend, it's in order of, it's all people who've been on my show and basically, or people who have promoted my show or helped my show. So it's always under construction because when you're a YouTuber, you got to keep your social media things close at hand. I even saw something today. I have like 20 names that I throw on my tag for my Saturday night Star Trek party because when you don't monetize the stream, it doesn't seem to tell people you're live. So I by putting monetization on minimum and just figuring that I'm going to lose it anyway with what I talk about, at least it tells people I'm live. And this is the best we've done in an extremely long time because of the way YouTube has been a little bit disappointed with Admiral Teague. But I gave them 2 uploads yesterday, so they lovey that, right? So look how the engagement has changed over the course of today as that sunk in. The second upload really sank in, really doing much better than the watch party. Yesterday's show, though, I came on Admiral Blue at 2 in the afternoon to try to serve just a different part of my audience. I usually want to keep it to evenings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I went at 2 on a Thursday afternoon, and the after listening was like a half-hour hang time and about 25% as many people who's listened to me live. It really put it over the top. The association with Star Trek has my subscriber base around the world. When we hold this many people for this long, it's a triumph in America. It means that everybody who likes this channel in America is watching it at the same time, who's on this time zone. Because there's people still at work. So, Dave, what's coming next for the Battlestar Galactica 1980 comics? We have like 4 issues left. We've destroyed our ship, and we have a Cylon attack zooming in towards Earth.
Well, that was number 2. We went through number 2, so there's 2 issues left. So do number 3 and 4, or just number 3, depending on how long it goes, because we went a couple hours just on the one issue. Next Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's about it for that one. Like I said, it was a request for that, which was good because they had already done the original Battlestar Galactica comics. So, it followed in line, so it just made sense too, right? But I'm kind of looking forward to see how they pull this off, man. It's so bad radioactive, right? Right, Teag?
It seems like the only plan they could have that would leave them with a path forward would be like, all right, we have X amount of resources. We've phoned up the Pegasus. It's sort of on the way. We think we'll be all right. Some of us are going to hide. We're going to disperse amongst these people, and it'll be kind of like a spy mission. And then maybe in 2 more years, you do a comic where they're running around with their tech, but they're a little more like spies because you really slammed a lot of doors.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird one.
They're going to have to disperse or something.
Who's the publisher of this comic?
Dynamite.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a 4.
Dynamite! Sorry,
That's right.
Nice.
It's like Acolyte.
The official for the people who bought you the Acolyte.
Yeah, it's way out there. This one, man.
So
Their
the
cover looked okay.
only new Battlestar that I've been paying any attention to is Battlestar Deadlock, but that's on Steam, aka a game.
A Battlestar game would be fun. In my hypothetical, like for a while there, I was feeding ChatGPT the story of Admiral Teague, and it was pretty fun and pretty funny. And as it was coming out, it was like it was based on letting ChatGPT make some calls, so it turned into a role-playing game novel, right? So, like, suppose Admiral Teague had a cloaking device and decloaked off a dilithium cracking station and just, like, went down there and stole all the dilithium, both raw and refined. What would happen? It'd be like a Federation economic crisis. Like, what would that be like on Vulcan News Network? And it's just like it presented it for me. You have to prompt it a little more than that, but you can have fun with, like, if you're just sitting alone, ChatGPT can be like solitaire. You can use it to play a role-playing game alone.
That's an interesting concept.
Neither do I, Dad, man. No.
So the question is, Teague.
I might be mixing
we
up
know Admiral Teague in the Star Trek universe, but who would he be in the Battlestar Galactica universe?
Would he be
the original Admiral Kane from the original BSG?
I love how the people who know me best, the discussion isn't like, how long would it take him to become benevolent? To be like, which form of the craziest person who is on the show would he be? It's fair. It's fair.
Placing you on the original show? Boy, that's going to be.
Oh, I would absolutely be Lloyd Bridges, crazy Patton-like Kane.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I'm too hard charging to be a Dama.
I mean, he could be like Lloyd Bridges, but if he was in the reimagined Battlestar Galactica, Kane's played by
Michelle Forbes.
By Michelle Forbes, so it can't be Kane, but he could be somebody else, right? So maybe Kane is like the.
He's more able in this version.
Yeah. Well, okay. He'll be more. Yeah, I'll be more like the Abel. He could be General Abel.
Ableistic. You know, like, which side are you on? It's like, oh, I'm an ableist.
Where would we put him, radioactive? We put him as what? Colonel Ty? In the new one?
Colonel Teag.
Yeah.
Ooh, Colonel Teag. There you go.
Or even
that would be affirmative action for you.
Dare I say Baltar?
I don't know. Maybe he escapes on a different ship that's not a Battlestar. Maybe he's on a frigate or something.
Hey, Buddy Hepburn.
Hey, good to see you. You know what?
No, Nick, just in the expanded Battlestar Galactica universe, there's more than just Battlestars. And there's different types of Battlestars.
That's true. Well, Kane has the other one in that universe, right?
He has Kane. Okay, so Michelle Forbes has I think it's called a Mercury class Battlestar, and the Battlestar that Adama is in command of is a Jupiter class.
Yeah, the Kane's Battlestar is the bigger one, if I remember correctly. Right? It's like a.
Oh yeah,
it's badass. It's like massive.
Well, it's got it actually has 4 flight decks on it if you look closely, right? So there's 4 flight decks on it.
Like a double decker on each side.
Yeah,
they're twice
yep.
as thick. Oh,
well,
wow.
Well, if you look closely, it's one, and then the other one is beneath it. It's flipped upside down. So however they work the anti-grav plates, there's two flight decks, right? And then there's 2 flight decks on the other side.
Yeah, I remember it being a kick-ass.
See, it's all in that game, Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. They actually merged the 2 concepts of the.
And by the way, Kronos did mention something important. Series. The Pegasus has the only forward-firing weapons we see on a Battlestar that I can remember. The Pegasus was not to be messed with.
No. Well, and they're both armed. I mean, they were all armed with the final weapon, right? The do or die one. It's supposed to just spin around, and that's what Pegasus did, right? If I remember correctly.
I think so.
The do or die weapon. You mean which? You mean it's nuclear payloads?
Yeah, where you just launch everything. You just launch all you got.
Basically, it's a Battlestar Final Strike. It's going to take out a lot of stuff. It's like breaking your staff if you're a wizard or something. Like, things are going to be pretty messy after this. They pulled that one in Galactica 2004, like at some point with the Pegasus. The Pegasus arc is like the most compelling in both. It's just the first show just doesn't have consistent enough writing.
Yeah. Well, and they canceled it too soon.
I think the people who were making it were like, when it got canceled, they're like, you know what? This production is too hard to keep up with anyway. Like, we can't go any further with this 4 minutes of like special effects video we have anyway.
Yeah, they want to spend the money.
The network probably didn't want to spend the money. I'm sure the creators would have liked to. It's just like we saw the story to be fleshed out. Yeah, the first series. The second series is much more consistent.
Well, the original series was the most expensive show on television at that point in time. It was outrageously expensive.
Yeah,
so,
but they moved on with Buck Rogers and shows like that, right? That they actually reused pieces of stuff from all kinds of.
I think you're right. They did. Because
that second season of Buck Rogers was deeply changed. Remember though? season 2 of Buck Rogers is, or is it season 3? Like, at some point, Buck Rogers leaves Earth and goes on a Star Trek-like mission.
Yeah, you're right. He does.
And he's not coming back. They don't even think about going back either.
I think they only have 2 seasons of Buck Rogers as well.
Season 2, they kind of try to fix everything that was making season 1 not work. They're like, Star Trek worked. We'll just make it Star Trek. They're like, we need a Spock. We'll have a freaky Birdman Spock. Works for us. Let's just make it happen.
You know, well, that's not the only series that tried to replicate Star Trek and just can't, right? I mean, look at well, they tried to do it in Babylon 5 as well. Babylon Crusade was supposed to be a Star Trek-like sequel to Babylon 5, and that didn't really work very well.
It was a lot closer to Battleship Yamato or Star Blazers. Their mission was they had 1 year to save the Earth. It was the Xindi arc.
Oh, yes.
24. Mark said it's 24. I had always originally thought that the basis was one Battlestar per colony, and then I thought maybe they had an 12. Extra one for the 13th.
Well,
colony.
he may be talking about the reimagined series, because in the original series, yeah, it was 1 Battlestar per colony.
No,
and they didn't really go into a lot of details beyond that. But if you look at the reimagined Ron Moore show, there's more Battlestars, plus there's different classes of Battlestars. And when you look at like Blood and Chrome, which was going to be its own series, you see that there's a whole series of other support ships that they have. They have reconnaissance vessels, they have destroyers, they have frigates, they've got gunships.
Yeah, so imagine if you have a Star Trek universe where the Enterprise is the only military class vehicle that you have, and you make first contact, and you immediately just try to land it over some place without trying to make initial contact. It's so bad. I mean, imagine any of the hardcore Star Trek fans seeing this kind of crap. You would be just livid. You know, and Dadman knows his Buck Rogers. I can tell you, Dadman can tell you all that stuff about Buck Rogers, especially that Gary Coleman stuff, right, Dadman? You're still there.
And it's just a complete heel move. They pull the Independence Day move. They just appear over the White House. They appear over our most sensitive target without any prefacing. They have the ability to communicate with us. They don't understand our language. They have the ability to hear our radio signals. They don't make any attempt to figure this out. And everyone's talking in what they think is like, it sounds like Aramaic. And like every key character they can has a beard. And like there's a lot of people storming out of a room, and it starts to add up that they can't draw faces.
Yeah, it makes you appreciate Uhura's character as the linguistic person, because they didn't even do an away mission to try to meet anybody before they put their only military vessel in harm's way. So Radioactive, if you could try to even imagine what that would have been like for Star Trek fans to see that in any kind of reimagining. Thank God they didn't put this in a TV show, because if I remember, Gap Stargate said that wasn't in the 1980 show, right? So I can appreciate the people who are Star Trek fans who have not liked what has happened over the last few years, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica. I've seen all of these shows, so you know, they just dismantled so many of these great franchises systematically. I mean, we could go down another rabbit hole, given my background, about why they're doing it, but that's beside the point. That these shows have just been destroyed.
Kronos, by the way, has a good point here. B5 had good actors, but not so much the good special effects. They were below video games at the time, unfortunately. By the end of the series, they're getting a little better, but that guy was very creative. The stories were pretty good. They had pretty good actors. They didn't have, the budget showed and stuff like your background military actors who were supposed to be your rank and file grunts are all like 60.
Yeah. Well, if that man's still there, I think he had to go. But there was an episode on Buck Rogers. You guys probably remember this with the cavemen, Neanderthal type guys. They landed on the planet, and that was the guy who could take his head off, right? His
That
head,
was the one where Wilma looked hot.
Yeah, that's her ex-boyfriend, right? And he could pop his head off. She didn't know that, but the masks on those guys was so.
Remember how Head ruined our relationship, Wilma? Well,
yeah,
I've got something to show you.
Doctor Who back in like Sean Pertwee days had better freaking effect. It's like, my God, just drop the ball. We rolled and laughed about that, and they're like, my God, dude, this is like, I mean. Nobody could sit there and say, if we can't do better, we're cutting this out. But they probably already filmed most of it. So with that budget, they just had to go with what they had, right? I mean, they were stuck with it.
Quick on the BSG stuff here. The 12 battleships, 12 colonies. I just think we hear that there's one named for each colony in BSG too. I don't think they say it in a way that limits it to that. They're like, there's one name for each colony. That doesn't mean there aren't more. It's like, how do we know there isn't one name for every colony's moon too? There's like literally like no ceiling on how many we could have. The bottom line is we have 1.5. We have our Battlestar that's kind of like pretty good. That's the half of Battlestar. And then we have the one that shows up once in a while that kicks a lot of ass. That's Kane's Battlestar.
Well, yeah, you got to keep in mind that if you go from the Reimagined show, the Galactica was at its end of service life, and so that's why they were turning it into a museum, because there was already...
Which saves it.
Well, yeah, but there was my point being is
retired.
that purely from a military perspective, they had another ship in line to replace it, right? So it was being retired because they were going to bring in another ship to replace it for that particular colony. I would assume if you look at it, the way they set up their military structure and the world building they did in that show.
Dave C, did you see this comment? My God,
yes,
I
just got goosebumps, man. I'm messaging Buddy.
Oh my God, Buddy,
smart,
great catch.
I forgot. I'm sitting here and I had that picture. I had his face in mind when I was talking about it, but I was too one-dimensional. And didn't even, it completely passed me.
The problem with that show is it's just so many soap opera actors.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome that you remembered that.
But I just remember, like, how sexy, Wilma was. She was really just a cutie. And I also just, the thing is, I don't know if she was the national spokesperson, but in the Northeast, for all of like the Northeast area, she was the Macy's spokesmodel, which Macy's at the time that she was doing it was like much more money out of nowhere just to prove that you had more money kind of a thing. And she was the spokesperson for Macy's, and she just represented like class and cash, like ultimate uptown chick. So, like, even after Buck Rogers, for the next, like, 10 years, 20 years, we saw Erin Gray, dressed great, looking great, and she's like, come down to Macy's, we're having a set, just like Louis Vuitton bags on sale.
Yeah, am I still here? I think I dropped out.
You're still here as far as I can tell.
I'm still here. Oh, okay.
You are still among us. Although you are a demon, you can appear and disappear. We've proven that. Now let me ask you a question. Big Trouble in Little China.
Yes.
Is old Jack? Is he? In your opinion, old Jack Burton? Maybe just the closest character ever to Han Solo that we've ever seen in the Pork Chop Express, not his Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, you can make comparisons as far as personalities. Yeah, I mean, I would say Jack Burton's even more aided with the quips and stuff. But yeah, that's a Han Solo type of guy. I mean, they most certainly have that kind of way they deal with situations, even though things might be bad, still crack a joke, right? I mean,
and be hilarious on the CB radio, taking up a lot of bandwidth. But yeah, old Jack Burton is hilarious. His little story there from the Pork Chop Express is hilarious. But the reason why I like to think about him as Han Solo is at the end of the movie, there's a little something crawling towards the cab from the back of the Pork Chop Express, and people are like, oh no, it's a monster coming after him. I'm like, nope, it's Chewbacca. And they're like, but it's all like white, and I'm like, like Chewbacca. It was the '80s. He just had like highlights.
Yeah.
So that's my headcanon for the end. Let's see. Robert Foxworth did both Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine at the same time. I think I remember that. Playing a general attempting to restore democracy both on Earth and on Babylon 5 as an admiral trying to coup the government on Earth. The same time, 1 of 2. And 2 of 2. Foxworthy had a scheduling conflict and had to do DS9, so B5 killed the general in a heroic battle. 2 of 2. I remember him being on both. He was a good character, man. That guy was a good actor. He ended up on soap operas, but it was weird. It was like, we have soap opera actors who make it onto Star Trek, and they have no primetime ability like Mr. Prideweather, who just on Enterprise is not so great. And then,
yeah.
He's not the worst.
With the Buck Rogers, with all the cameos of people we all know now, there's just an absolute laundry list of people that were on that show.
Well, there's 70s TV royalty. I think even Artie Johnson has a Buck Rogers cameo.
Yeah, Dennis Haysbert was one of the guys on the bridge for the
that's great.
The medical ship, like you said, when they left. Jamie Lee Curtis. It's just a ton of people that they had.
It's crazy. And years later in college, like I remember, Hawkman shows up as like a bad guy who might be a government who snuffs a CIA agent in a story on a soap opera. That was like in college there was a commuter lounge where you could hang out between classes or you could go back home, right? So I was like, oh, I'll hang out in the commuter lounge, and they played like a soap opera there, and I was like, wait a minute, that's Hawkman, and he's just like, someone killed Scarecrow, the operative, and they're like, what? And it's like, yeah, he's missing. And it's like, really? And it's like, who could it be? It's like, could it be so and so? And it's like, when you see him, it's like, wait a minute. I know Tom Christopher, spelled with an H. I know that name. It's Thom effing Christopher. And it's like after a while, it clicked in my mind. It's like it's a man called Hawk, and he was like a soap opera bad guy. So he was like a guy with prime time skill almost, who's just like he doesn't catch on enough to be prime time. Like once in a while, as a bad guy, killing the $6 million man's friend or whatever, like menacing MacGyver, sure. But for the rest of the time, he's a soap opera guy, right? And then you have people who are like soap opera actors who fluke their way onto Star Trek, who are like overachieving by being on Star Trek, but they're not that good. And Mr. Mayweather from Enterprise, I think, is the latter. Like, he shouldn't be on Star Trek, in my opinion. He's not a very good actor.
Nah, yeah. And I was thinking of actors and how good I'm thinking, because I'm a big Flash 1980 fan as well, right? And don't know a lot of people with sci-fi who aren't. I mean, there's a few people.
Well, I mean, as a New York Jet fan, people don't understand that my team was doing really well until our quarterback disappeared. When he was going to the home of this guy Zarkon to talk about rocket science, I think the guy was going to tell him better ways to throw a pass. I don't know why he had to. We had just won a lot with Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon was great. Since Flash Gordon disappeared, the Jets have been cursed. I don't know. He might have saved the universe, but we haven't won since. And that's probably why we suffer. Anyway, go ahead. You were saying?
Oh, no. I just had a Brian Bless.
I had to do my Flash Gordon tangent. That guy's a soap opera guy. His girlfriend's a soap opera person. The girlfriend from Moonraker's a soap opera person. Like, there's a lot of them just, like, in there. And there was a lot of movie sausage making, like, when I was real young, or maybe before some of us were born by just a little bit. And the idea was, before home video, people just wanted an excuse to go to the movie theater. And you could go there for, like, an affordable amount of money. It's passing them out of living memory. But, like, they tried to earn the right to have you there by at least having the story be engaging, even if it was cheap, and having, like, things make sense and not offending us. But, that's how it goes. And, guys, hit the like and follow if you could. Yes, Mark Leonard is Jono Urco in the TV Planet of the Apes. Yeah, that was weird. I recently resaw it, and when I recognized Mark Leonard as the General of the Apes, that was pretty weird.
God, that was him? Ah, jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's like lead gorilla antagonist, because we have two factions of bad guy apes, right? We have our bad guy apes who who we have our bad guy apes who go around, doing bad stuff because they're the gorillas and they're just absolutely warlike. And then the other bad guy apes, like some of the scientific apes, are also fairly evil.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
Like, is it the orangutans or the chimpanzee ones, right? The ones with the lighter colored, well, the ones who have like the blonde fur, those ones, like the scientific-y ones, like Dr. Zayas.
Yeah, the humans were just experimental type, whatever useful that they wanted to, quote, experiment on them, right? It's a bad situation.
That show makes good use of like burning oil and sharks in one of the craziest episodes ever contrived, where it's all about like, for some reason, the society of people lives at the edge of a lake where they have to of the ocean, where they have to go swimming to go look for something that's of value, and I don't remember what it was, but then our heroes, astronauts who are stranded on the planet of the apes, end up at this village, and for some reason it's under ape control or something, and like, because they make the apes mad, the apes set the water on fire and force them to swim around underneath the burning oil to grab whatever the thing of value is and bring it to the beach while sharks swim around. I'm like, that is really going all the way. It was a dumb show, but that was going all the way, let's face it.
Yes.
I was going to say that show wasn't on very long.
They knew that they had
about
to
a
prove
season.
something. I think it didn't even finish the season. I just remember as a really little kid, my mom being like, finish all your vegetables. You don't get to watch Planet of the Apes. And I was like, even back then, it's like, it was, although I do remember this, that was like one of the first franchises to really have the toy thing covered. The Apes thing had toys by the early 70s. I don't know if they had them right away, if they're that self-aware.
Well, there was a TV show based on the films, The Planet of the Apes. There's also a TV show based on Logan's Run.
With Gregory Harrison. I saw that.
Yes.
One.
Wow, I don't even remember
Burgess
those.
Meredith, too.
Was he in there?
Wait, no, not Burgess Meredith. Mr. Hand is the robot guy they run into.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. The robot guy,
it's
yeah.
Mr. Hand. Ray.
Spicoli, are you going to share that pizza?
Well, I see it. It's our time. Mr. Hand.
Mr. Hand. Don't be a dick.
You dick. You tore my pass. Sharknado is good fun.
I got to remember, who was that actor that played in... It wasn't the guy that played Mr. Hand, I don't think. Though, it was a different actor.
I mean, I've got the face, but I don't remember the name. And
yeah, I know the face too, but I can't.
I know that, by the way, I know that Mark Harkness, what he's referencing happened, that there was a Buster Crab episode, but I don't remember it. And God, how old was Buster?
Oh.
And is he the real inspiration for Radiation Man, right? It's like Buster Crab.
I mean, in Buster Crab.
Donald Moffat. That's the actor that played the android.
Okay. All right. I thought it was Mr. Hand. He looks a little like him.
Dang it. Mr.
He also
Hand
looks
was
a little like Burgess.
Mr. Hand was played by the dude from My Favorite Martian.
Yes, that's right. Yes, absolutely. Good one.
He had that movie under his belt. By the way, yes, Buddy Hepburn is right. In Planet of the Apes, the orangutans were the government and religious guys, and the gorillas were like the soldiers and the law enforcement, and the chimpanzees were the science and the workers. Yeah. It was like the Planet of the Apes was like a metaphor for, I think, isms on Earth, I think.
Well, and a complete caste system as well, right?
Oh, look, Morgan Woodward, a.k.a. Van Gelder, was also in Logan's Run, the TV show. That's interesting.
That makes sense because he was in so much stuff. You know what? I think the Planet of the Apes thing, the analogy they were working from is like, let's pretend that the people who want this got what they wanted. What would it result in? And let's impose it on a simian society and see, like, use that to expose, like, the idea that everyone should, this each according to their gifts or each according to their pedigree thing is just wrong. And use it for that. I think maybe that might have been what was going on with BSG, with the Planet of the Apes, like, in the movies. Because the book
Ray
is
Walston.
significantly different.
Ray Walston.
Ray Walston, you got it.
That's Mr. Hand. A.K.
That's
my
Mr. Hand?
favorite. Yeah, Ray Walston.
Yeah, Ray Walston is Mr. Hand. And he's in a lot of other stuff, too. He's also the newspaper man in Johnny Dangerously, who keeps getting hit with newspapers. A lot of memorable roles from Mr. Hand. And but he's Mr. Hand to me. You dick! And Mr. Hand was a freaking priceless character when Amy Heckerling made movies worth watching. And, there was a time. Guys, if you could hit the like and follow, I would really appreciate that. I think we have a new emoji coming our way. And I think really, with the amount of time we have, I want to look over on our friends on Trek Vulture. And see if we can maybe
Well, you know what Patton said about that show?
What did he say?
He says they know enough, as much about Star Trek as they do about fornicating. Cue music.
You know what? I'm going to do this now for the heck of it. Here we go. So this is a channel called Trek Culture. Let me just take you to their front page first. Trek Culture are these folks right here. 314,000 subscribers, 945 videos, and I guess I'll read you their channel description. What TrekCulture.com, Star Trek devoted to... Huh? What TrekCulture.com's Star Trek devoted YouTube channel. WhatCulture.com. Yeah, they have a few other things too. Like they're into like other stuff. Like only Star Trek wouldn't get it done, but they apply their same. These people, I think, are a publicity firm more than real fans. So here we go. Because you can't really... I'll explain in a minute. Here we go. So WhatCulture.com, Star Trek devoted YouTube channel. Listings, rankings, news, and editorials from pop culture's most iconic franchise. So they do other stuff too. The What Culture, let's see, WhatCulture.com. Let's just go there for a second. What Culture is heavily Star Trek. So this to me, I've always said, yeah, that's still just Star Trek. There's Linda Park there. I don't keep her out of off your horrible channel. But so as you look up here, like some of these people, they have different specialties, but really what they are is they're a PR firm, and they do hit jobs on Star Trek by what's called damning it with faint praise. So this is the strangest channel ever, and one of their main people is Sean Ferrick here. Sean has lost a bunch of weight. I congratulated him on that. But Sean has strange views. There's a conflict in the Holy Land.
He's going to like 31 before he watches it, right?
Well, here's the thing that I want to just say. This is how come I try not to weigh in my views. Ready? I got to say this without being too political. Ready? There is a conflict in a place described in the Bible in that geographical area where a place where people who are not well can go to get help was boomed. When that happened, it was terrible and tragic, and there was a lot of terrible images. And what happened was, first one side got blamed. So Sean Ferrick immediately reacted by tweeting out, and this all he does is this Star Trek stuff, right? Tweeting out, F the people who did this, they're so wrong and so evil, they're bad, bad, bad people. And then, like a few hours, or maybe a day later, what comes out is now it looks like the other side did it. So he absolutely categorically condemns the other side because that's trending. And the thing is, he didn't change his tweets, so I snapped one, quote tweeted the other, put it together, and I'm just like, which one do you mean? Like, which side are you condemning completely? And he said something really ill-advised that I don't know if he left up there, but he said, well, then F both sides. Both sides. So, in his haste to be trendy, and this is the danger of being woke, folks. In his haste to be trendy and to be accepted by his hipster friends and to be Mr. Popular, what happened to him was he fell down the most dangerous of all rabbit hole that of the woke mind virus. And wait, why are you there and why am I here? I need to be in the larger box. Let's just work on that one. Mr. Radioactive, I don't know who the hell you think you are. I'm talking to you, mister.
We're taking over command of the bridge, Teag.
We have to kind of obscure our boy here a little bit, because what happens is, because my suspicion is our people are, here we go, so we've hidden most of the media, right, so we can't get in too much trouble. My impression here is that our friends from this channel have in fact gone to the lengths of having been employed, in my opinion, they're always so favorable of it, they never question even the worst thing, so even they must have cut bait on Section 31, or this is some real nonsense, but we've covered up enough of their picture that I feel fairly safe. Maybe I need to just cover it up a little more, because the problem with these guys is they have more rights to the video than other people, so what they can do is they can show longer video clips than I'm allowed to, so if I re-show them, I get gigged, because, you know what I mean, it's not supposed to be shown at all. But they have a release, because I believe them to be a publicity firm owned by Public Hangout, as I call them. So let's hear what Sean Ferrick, who got really mad at me when I asked him about this.
They actually went and got permission to show clips from what, Disney, Paramount?
Here's the thing, they're interviewing the stars, they're on the sets, they're talking to the people, they're doing all this stuff, they're showing longer video clips than YouTube allows. My feeling is that indicates they're probably a publicity arm of the people who make it. So in other words, this is them talking about themselves, pretending to be critics and fans of themselves. So there's a really bad fake objectivity going on here that I find offensive. And also just Sean Ferrick to blame both sides in a conflict and to call me out for my said I had the lack of courage not to be I lacked the courage to take a political stand, and I was like, Sean, we're Star Trek critics, and he was like, you're a freaking stalker, and he blocked me, and I'm like, stalker? I'll show you a stalker everywhere I tweet. Every time I tweet out, this guy shows up and follows me there. I've got a stalker, Sean. But like, I thought I had my approach to Sean up until that point. Yeah, well, I mean,
he should have. You should have corrected him, Teague, and said, "Correction, I'm a night stalker."
A stalker of the night, if you would.
You didn't get the Kolchak.
The Kolchak.
I got the Kolchak reference. Of course I did. Of course I did.
Okay, I just checking.
No, I absolutely did. I'm clearing up my screen here because I'm saying to myself, how many times do I really have more than a fourth guest? So I'm taking out a couple of windows here so we can cover up most of Sean. Because if we don't, I could
cover his face
real quick. Believe you. Well, no, but the idea is that he'll only be on there for a moment. But what happens is they'll be showing illegally long chunks of Star Trek, so I have to cover it up and show that I'm doing it different or transforming it. So by obscuring it as much as possible, people can still hear the audio.
Can't you just minimize the window?
No, the small window would still have 100% of them. I could hide it, but the idea
Throw an
is
overlay
I want people to have, I'm putting our windows on top of it rather than the overlay. Gets the point across just as well. Plus, we get a point of reference when you watch it, and you can see their time code should you want to watch it. This is Trek culture. This is what they have to say. Now, Sean Ferrick, I wished him well when he had his commitment to lose weight, and I just still wish him well. It looks like he's gone through with it. But just so you can see real quick, he has not got Star Trek gear to wear because he would have to wear old Star Trek gear, and I kept trolling him for that. I'm like, so where's your Strange New Worlds uniform? Like, so where's your Star Trek Discovery uniform? Because all they had was cheap cosplay Halloween costumes, so he couldn't. They do have Lower Deck stuff. When they got that, he finally had something. But I guess he just woke up and felt Star Trekky that day, and they have 314,000 subs, but the amount of people that watch their show is also the same as the amount of people who watch my show on a bad day where we're trying to where was I? Oh, sorry guys.
No worries.
We have to find a way to cover Sean Ferrick. There we go. On a bad day, as many people as usually watch their shows show up as lurking bots to just mess with engagement on my show. So that's why I suspect that they're also part of the same forces that mess with me. But what do I know? And yes, I'm alleging a conspiracy, and it's pretty kooky. But you know what? here's the thing: like, if they had stopped Nerdrotic when he was a certain level, if they had stopped Doomcock at a certain level, they'd have a lot less problems. So, the fact that this channel grew really fast, they do not like me. Okay, they do not like me. Yeah, Sean knows what I mean. Sean, what are you doing? You want to come by and help us transform this? We're gonna take a look at this. It's probably gonna take maybe 20 minutes. Let me know in the chat. I can send you a pass.
I think Sean Carter should come on.
Yes.
You know what? I'm not even going to ask it.
Sean.
Send him the
Sean.
pass.
Sean.
Do it. Do it
now.
Do it now.
Let me see. Sean got me that cameo from Linda Park too, which is really great and something that I'm going to cherish forever. Like, they're going to play that at my funeral.
Well,
we're
still, yeah, you know, we could still see to Paul. We could see to Paul do a counter-strike. You never know.
Sean will be here in a few. Sean will be here in a few. Cool. Sean, what's cool is you won't have to really be paying that close of attention, listening in to see what the hell is going on with this disaster. Let me go over to Trek culture, and we're going to do something that's always controversial and always dangerous. We're going to transform. Here we go. So here's our pal Sean Ferrick, and he's going to tell us about how Star Trek Section 31 are anxious that Trekkies will reject new film. This seems to be, if they're putting that out there, they want that out there. The fact that Star Trek is very small on their poster, which is very low effort and has a huge Section 31 and a tiny Star Trek, tells me that they have, Tom Connor said it, and I think he's right, they have convinced themselves that they are great writers and that the Star Trek name and fans are the problem. So this is an attempt to rebrand everything as Section 31. Let's see. Here we go.
Hello, everyone, and a very happy new year to you. I know we're a few days into 2025.
Yeah. Okay,
it's one of my Irish brothers.
Yeah. Is that what he is? Oh, I thought he was. Yeah, of course, obviously.
He could be. Well, I only heard it for a second.
No, he's absolutely Irish. His name is Sean Ferrick. He's got the accent over the A.
He's
speaking a bastardized form of American. So here we go.
Now, but we haven't actually really had a chance to chat. So hello, how was your holiday period? Did you
What? How was your holiday period? It was a relief because my girlfriend and I now aren't going to have to get married. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? That's what Star Trek...
That's the... He's like bringing all the holidays together in one time frame.
He doesn't want to commit to any, like, he can't, but he won't say happy holidays, which would mean that it would exclude religions that only have one or something, I guess.
I have no idea. Yeah, that's an odd way of framing it, referencing it for men. But
it's like, I want to go with singular. I want to call it the holiday period. Sean, that's not a good idea. You have to call it the holidays. Like, but I don't want to. I don't like the holidays. It's like, but it's like, it includes both Christmas and other holidays. Like, but I'll give you that it might have at least Thanksgiving. But can you name another holiday in that period? Ozzy Osbourne's birthday. Ozzy Osbourne, the Prince of Darkness. All right, the holidays it is, right? Like, I could have reasoned it through to Sean Ferrick. It's like, he's a Satanist too, Sean. Just kidding. I make no assumption about Sean. I'm sure he's a good Catholic boy. Or maybe he's perhaps a good Catholic boy. He wants us to know, though, that he doesn't play for the same team as the three of us probably play for.
Enjoy Christmas? Did you celebrate Christmas? If not, what did you do over the...
Well, he managed to mention Christmas.
Did you have a nice time? Did you...
I had an okay Christmas. How was yours, Sean?
Enjoy New Year's. Was it wild? Was it quiet? I've actually had a chat.
He could talk about New Year's, so I don't know why the holiday period. Such a strange thing to say. Did AI write that?
I don't know why you would say holiday period and then go to naming all of them singular. Just say hope had a good holidays and move on. Maybe.
How about this one? Just to not be a dick and still sound like happy. How about this one? Did you have a good festive season? Yeah. I've heard that said by many people, right? And it's just like no one objects. like, I get it. This is not the United States government. Like, he's not, like, doing, like, a Christian cast. But, like, holiday period is the most awkward way of saying it. It's like, Sean, buddy.
With a few people who were in bed for midnight, and I don't blame them.
I was up for New Year's Eve.
Kind of getting on a bit in years now myself. I thought, what would be the best way to...
Oof, guys, this is the Infection 31 part right here. Here we go. I gotta be really mindful.
I'm kind of getting on a bit in years now.
Yeah, okay. So Sean, he's like 29. He's like, soon the light in my palm will turn red.
Myself. I thought, what would be the best...
So this is the Gregorio, this is the Michelle Yeoh of the Section 31 movie. As you can see, it seems absolutely and completely, totally unrelated to the other one. And let's see, Section 33 and a third, the final insult. We can make this the final insult, guys. We can make this the final insult by just... Has everyone taken to heart to try to use the Star Trek hashtag as little as possible to depress it? And you have to maintain it until after the movie is over and maintain it until about St. Patrick's Day. We've got to suppress this so that they can't say it came up. Like, you know, like right now, it becomes more and more important the closer we get to this show. And, oh, wow, Mr. House Party 6, I can't believe it, with a $10, very generous $10 super chat. Full spread. Yes, well, we're doing a full spread in the Section 31, trailer. And as we can see, it's like more kooky edge talk. There's a way for us to do this without me getting in trouble, I think. And I want to thank Mr. House Party 6. You're the best, buddy. This transformation at great risk is probably going to get me demonetized on the stream, so that's good enough for me. And let's see, we have a bot in the chat. Anybody want to destroy that? You have a +1 wrench, Radioactive. You can make it go away forever if you're sure it's a bot. Is it just one? Is it selling Zax? Rosie Ruiz, what's dumb as hell? Respond. We value you. When we talk about this, though, it does draw problems, doesn't it? You know what I could do?
Haven't even started.
I wonder. Yeah, the thing is that they're looking for their images. So we've showed this. We might actually, that might be, someone might have been right about that. Let's just put that right there while I do something that I think might protect me in the long run. I think if I can figure out a way to turn off the ads, it won't make a difference if they come or not. But right now, it really doesn't make a difference if they come or not. Last AI attack, what are you going to do? People are allowed to think it's dumb. Do you value me, or do you think I'm a bot? I thought you were a bot, real one. But that's, you know what? That's a hand of a human. So the response validates that you are real. I did doubt it, and I am right to. But my pal, Mr. House Party 6, is the founder of the feast right now, and we're going to we're just going to accept it. And you know what? Thanks for being here. And you don't have to agree with us, but our feeling on Sections 31 is like, while not baked in, well then you know where the door is. You don't have to hang out here, but you know what? If you want to stick around, just kind of try to be a little cool. Like if you want to try to defend this, go ahead. And everybody, it is a yellow alert to a degree, but. Let's give Rosie the value, let's give them the courage of their convictions, and we'll believe in the fact that since there is apparently a human hand here still, that response is a little too right on to be AI. We've been attacked by AI before. Why do you think that happens, real Rosie Ruiz? I'm not saying you know, but why would you think that happens? So we have Michelle Yeoh in this strange cabaret dancer outfit, right? And people said they don't know if she's a cabaret dancer or not. Good evening. Good evening. This is a strange confluence of names, but okay. We do seem to have a yellow alert in the offing, but...
Best way to talk to you is, in 2025, then just to talk to you about what Star Trek we've got coming up.
All right, so obviously he's made his purpose clear. we're going to talk about what kind of Star Trek is coming up. Good evening to you, not Rosie Ruiz, and welcome to our Star Trek show. We do have a lot of new people who join the channel, so it's entirely possible, and we'll be fine. We're just looking into the new so-called Star Trek show. It doesn't use Star Trek out front in its advertising, and as we can see, am I wrong here to say this? We're trending towards kooky edge talk. Let's give an image again for a moment.
The closest thing.
All right, that's just. I mean, what the hell?
What happened?
This looks like something she was told to do so that she could narrate later. This looks like something there's narration in her head while this is happening, is my impression from looking at this. That's fine. You know what? Debatably in Star Trek First Contact, according to the special effects guys. But yeah, okay, let's put her back in her space. So she's bizarre and not the way we remember her, right? So whatever. We're just starting over again. I think she's way in the future. So here we go.
That we have now. It's mere weeks away.
Oh God! Don't remind me that's mere weeks away. And this guy's pulling out his space gat, as you can see. Here's the space gat. It's coming out. So they're serious. They're pulling out space gats, Dave.
Section 31.
Oh, you missed it. There was our white guy.
That we
try to get our Caucasoid gentleman. Here, guys, I'm gonna try to freeze it on. See, it's just, oh, I got it. Before they cover his face is being covered when we see him. And I think this is the guy who said this movie might not be so good. But here's our diversity hire: a white male. And look. We cover his face right away. It's like we reduced his whiteness by 25%. Crazy. So, this is the Star Trek movie we're told to believe. Dave, any thoughts about that? He's like a BattleTech guy, by the way. He's not a Borg.
I was looking at all the lighting. Does it seem like they're really trying to do dark backgrounds to highlight faces, or?
It's because their sets are ass, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to watch the whole thing. You've watched this? I haven't seen it the whole.
I haven't watched
clip.
the whole thing yet.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the whole clip yet. What do you think? I hate myself. I can only get through this with people around. What if I have a seizure? I need you guys here. This is only doable with my friends around. I mean, this is painful.
Yeah. Do you see the blurring and the couple of frames
it
already?
It doesn't look very good, and this
like
is
radioactive. What do you think? Have you noticed that already, or
yeah, this is
just
1080.
Me?
The colors are too hot and therefore breaking up. They weren't properly considered for HD, even.
Don't know. I mean, it's a trailer, so they will make it any way they want to try to get you to watch it.
Hey, the dead man. I must speak to the creator. By the way, it seems like not Rosie Ruiz and Rosie Ruiz are for real, and we welcome you. It's nice to see you. That we get botted regularly on this channel, so we do value you, and you don't have to agree with us, but you know what? We do have our views, and we might not align with yours, but like we are here to be entertainers. Like we're not going to tell you who to vote for or anything like that. But let's see. Not saying I've been everywhere and I've done everything, but I know it's a pretty amazing planet we live on here. I agree. And a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're not alone in this universe. Without a doubt. Yeah, we're probably not alone. I agree. In our own solar system, it might not make it beyond primitive vegetation, though. It might be. We might have to go to another star. Like, there's life here. Like, they think they've proven it. Like, first of all, there's life on other planets simply because in the camera they left on the moon, didn't mold grow? Some form of bacteria grew inside of it when they went there to check on it, or when they took a picture, when they were using they were still able to access it, and they proved that somehow some bacteria can live in space. That's true, right?
We definitely need to get out of LA now to find primitive vegetation. I'm just saying. Just a casual observation.
We can film plenty of apocalypse movies in LA now, sadly. You know,
Well, that's what I was
don't
saying earlier. I mean, Fallout. Why would they delay the filming of the second season of Fallout? They got a perfect place now.
I don't want to spike the football on anybody. I might have gone a little bit too far in a few places earlier in the week because the legacy media didn't tell us the truth. I'm going to be honest. The mainstream media showed us the same thing they showed us when the Hollywood Hills, where people know that like it's going to burn and can afford to live there, like have an escapable wildfire every 10th year. So you see this like procession of McLarens and stuff and Porsches, and they're like, it's a human tragedy, and you're like, you know, Harrison, give me more context.
Enhance 15 to 23.
Oh, yes.
And so it's just like, there is no more context, right? So I don't realize what's going on. So I tweet out a couple of things, and the guy from the director of Picard 3 and Unification started talking to me, but I stayed respectful to him. I didn't confront him, and he had a friendly exchange with me, and we even DM'd a little later, which was nice. I don't think he's coming on the show or anything, but he's a nice guy. But I had to retract a couple of X posts because, you know what?
They've gone too far in a few places.
And you know what? So I scrubbed all of the information.
Data. I'm only going to tell you this just once. It never happened.
That's it. I didn't say anything insensitive.
Stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it.
Okay, enough with the soundboard. Let's see. I'm a little behind. The check is in the mail. I must speak to the creator. And let's see. I'm not saying I've been... Okay, I read that one. When some wild-eyed, 8-foot-tall maniac grabs you by the neck, tacks you in the back of your favorite head up against the wall of the bathroom wall, and asks you if you've paid your dues.
They're quoting.
Stare that big. Oh yeah, that's great.
They're quoting.
And
Yeah.
paid your dues. You stare that big sucker right in the eye, and you remember what old Jack Burton always says, like at a time like that. Have you paid your dues, Jack? Yes, sir. Check is in the mail. I forgot the actual words of the talk off, but it is pretty cool, and that's a great movie. So we've got someone with the avatar here from that movie. I would argue he is the Vader of the movie. And Kim Cattrall, is that who it is? It's Kim Cattrall, yeah, like Josie. Yeah, what is her name? Josie Law?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, okay. She's hot in that movie.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she stays hot for a really long time, but in that movie, she's hot. It's a shame that it wasn't like an R-rated movie.
It could have been. I mean, if they just wanted a little more, because they never really show like too much blood or when they're fight scenes, stuff like that. Other than the one guy blows up when the flag, expands and blows up. Tong Po.
Yeah,
not Tong Po, but what's his name?
David.
The actor's name.
Lopan.
Big dude.
Oh,
the big one, the big guy.
That is one of the best scenes of that movie. I forget his name too.
Yeah, he was around for a long time.
Bond movie wackiness for the longest time too. But so this is the Section 31 transformation.
The streaming event is going.
This is crazy. I want you guys to see this.
Just to talk
it
to you
goes
about
by
what
so fast.
Star Trek we've got coming up.
This is so dumb. It hurts. Let's see if I can just get. It all happened so fast. The trailer is like, it needs like a flashing light warning.
Is it like really quick cutscene type thing? Just bang, 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 bang.
So
it's like
quick.
I can't stand
bang, 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 bang. Yeah. So here we go. This character. You'll never guess who this is. If you like Star Trek, it's going to be really, really. You're going to be really unhappy to hear about this one. This is Captain Rachel Garrett from yesterday's Enterprise. Yeah, everyone's allowed to have their own preference. I think she looked good in was Mannequin still even a little later, and she still looks good in Sex and the City, where she's kind of a little older and still looking pretty good. Mannequin was her prime. Okay, we're on the same page. All right, so this is Rachel Garrett from yesterday's Enterprise. So now the Kittimer incident was a manufactured Section 31 scam. I'm guessing. So we've destroyed yesterday's Enterprise.
It's a Kurtzman Robbins Section 31 flavors scam, you mean?
And this is what Kurtzman does to all the stories. He's undermining and destroying our favorite Star Trek story rather than telling us a newer one that doesn't have implications that are backward looking and horrible.
The streaming event is going to drop on Paramount Plus on the 24th of January.
Here's their logo. Look how small Star Trek is in comparison to everything else.
They don't even put it. They have to put it inverted.
And look at the Star Trek logo. Like half of it's in black, and most of it's really deep purple, so you can barely see it. It's like it doesn't really. It's not. It's ill defined on its left side. But Section 31. It's all about that. They're going to get rid of that Star Trek name that's holding them back, and they're going to have Section 31.
I still.
So I'm starting.
I still hold that the color scheme for this show is
It's hideous.
It's Cyberpunk 2077. But that's just
Yeah,
me.
well, I think it probably is modeled on that because that was within the ability of someone in their office to do on their spare time. Because I could do better than this. I could do better than this.
Well, how far away are they trying to put this from? I guess I don't even know which Star Trek universe you would pick, but how far away is this?
No, but
in time.
It seems like this is in the future where the Discovery went to. It's in the Discovery's future. But I know that getting a message from the transporter room, we have another one of our crew is going to come on, and here to join us is Sean Carter.
Hey,
we are looking at a transforming. It's good to see you. How's your week?
Welcome aboard, Sean.
Yeah.
Sean, finally glad to meet you.
Thanks. Week's going good. Yeah, Dave. See, I got something to show you, Dave.
Uh-oh.
This
is going to be
Can you
good.
get the screen big here for?
You're going to be embiggening.
Something he might like.
Yeah, be good.
It's embiggening people the wrong way.
Oh no, nice.
I'll embiggen you a different way. Hold on. Just keep that up there.
Is that Eagle Moss?
Here we go.
We're gonna give Sean Carter the hugest screen of all.
No, it's Mobius.
Mobius. Oh wow, and you put it together, obviously, then, right? Very
Hold
nice,
on.
dude.
Yeah, I got it off eBay.
All right.
There we go. What?
Sweet, dude.
Radioactive's still here. We just have to move the boxes around a little bit.
Very nice. Thank you. Thanks for showing. That's awesome, dude.
I've said a million
She's
times.
lit up. There's the.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, you've got the lady base lit up. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, badass.
I don't know
Very
if you can
nice.
tell, but here, let me turn off. I'll turn off all the lights.
We can already hear the music, Sean. The music's playing in the background right now.
Here, I'll do it. And then it zooms in on the. Where's the darn Galactica?
Where's the? There it is.
Wait, hold on, this side.
Yeah, I kind of got a glimpse of it.
Wait.
There you go. Yeah, isn't it always so disorienting?
Is
to
it
do
on
that?
there?
Yeah. Well, it was.
I see where
Did
it's
it fall
supposed to
off?
be, and there's an appropriate shadow there. but
Okay,
I
you've
can't
given
tell
me
if
an
it's-
idea.
There it is.
I
I
know what
see
to
it.
do.
I see it on the back. Yeah, it's perfect. It's good that they
I'm
use
going
the
to
same
get you a
language we did.
snapshot of the Battlestar Admiral Teague. I'm
So
gonna
say
get
we
you a
all.
snapshot. Yeah, trust me. I'm going to
you're
do
a
it,
man.
Teague, and I will send it to you. I might actually be able to get you a clip, a movie clip.
Okay.
So say we all.
Just-
I've dropped
But,
my camera.
yeah,
so many
I got
times
that-
I can turn it on, and no one can really see me anyway.
That this model here was made in 1979. So I found it on eBay. It hadn't been built, so I put her together and put lights and.
That was wrapped, wasn't it? Like you got a wrapped box, didn't you?
No, it had been opened.
Okay.
It wasn't factory. It wasn't sealed with the cellophane on it, and but all the pieces were in there.
That
Very
was
nice.
something I failed to get quite high enough grades for my dad to buy for me. He's like, "Nope, you're gonna learn your lesson on that one." I'm like, "But Dad, it's $7." He's like, "You know how much money $7 is, son? That's enough to buy like 600 packs of gum." Because it was like the 70s, and he was right. Things have changed. Like that's enough to buy a half a pack of gum. But welcome to the show, and we're looking at the Section 31 trailer. We're popping it out once in a while. We got past the The guy who's pretty fly for a white guy who's just we already know he's not going to survive the show kind of guy.
Well,
Just-
it's
look
like
at that.
I think I said before. Someone had said like that race that was half and half, like the black and white cookie.
Right.
Someone had
Yes,
said,
they're
yeah,
in it.
he's going to be the bad guy, but I corrected them and I said, no, only the white half of that guy is going to be the bad one.
He'll be schizophrenic. It's be like, yeah, my left
the
brain is
bad part will
activated
be
and I'm
the
oppressorish again.
yeah. Anyway,
You're
I'll be
probably
right back.
right.
I'm going to go put the model away and pour myself a glass of wine to get through this trailer.
Absolutely. we'll wait for a minute here. It is not a very good trailer, ladies and gentlemen. Good TV and good Star Trek. This is not.
Well, the logo
but we're
sucks.
glad to have you.
The logo
The
sucks.
logo
That's
is
that's
really
terrible.
low effort.
Okay,
It's really
my question is going to be if Sean can still hear us, is that going to be a red or a white
All
one?
right. I bet.
I believe he drinks white wine because he's probably smart enough to not want to stain his teeth. That's my determination.
Me?
I think.
Yeah. So
Oh
what
no, I drink
goes-
red wine.
Okay,
like
I was
red
going to
wine?
say what pairs correctly with Kurtzman soy track. I'm not even sure what the wine.
Black tar,
Usually straight vodka.
opiates,
Mad
fentanyl.
Dog 2020.
Do not take drugs, ladies and gentlemen. It's bad for you.
Yeah, you drink a pint of that crap.
We're Star Trek reviewers. We have different needs.
Whatever
from the rest of you. We have to watch that.
Rafi ingests is
Yeah,
By the
Mad
way,
Dog
we have some
2020
new
over
people
ice.
here.
What's
Lemon
really
twist.
telling me is it's not green.
Guys, we have a couple of new people here in the stream for the first time. We haven't seen not Rosie Ruiz, and we had I think was it the Rosie Ruiz earlier. And again, I have to thank Mr. House Party for paying for the full spread dive into this. 44 seconds of 15 minutes. I don't know how much we could take. The thing is, we cover these guys up because they don't play by the same rules we do, which is another reason I just don't think that they're legit. I think that they're access media. I think that these are people or a PR firm paid to promote Star Trek because, well, Sean knows we edit stuff and make content. My uploads, when I use video, I can only go a certain amount of seconds or it will be a violation of fair use, right? So when
absolutely.
I make a video...
Oh, it's totally produced.
And they go
that-
far
that- nothing
longer
about
than
that
we're allowed to.
Channel is organic.
But here's the thing, if I transform them by playing them in the background while I talk without really obscuring it and stopping it a lot, they're allowed to go longer than we are. So it's a trap, you get it?
Yeah, you know what confuses me, especially just being new at this stuff, is that if you're going to have a trailer for a movie and then you have it's already on a YouTuber, so they don't want you using some other YouTubers for your channel to get monetized. But if you had that trailer on there and they block you for using it, why would they want to not let you promote it?
It's defamatory the way that we talk about them in their view would be what they're going to say. They can C and D anyone using their own property, right? So these people have a right to use Star Trek property, in my opinion.
Yeah, well,
and
it's
they
their
can
stuff.
use more of it than right. Well, they work for the people who make it, right? So they're like, put out all the special effects stuff you don't have to cut every 5 seconds or whatever it might be. And you must read terms of service very closely before you make upload content. Or if you're my friend, talk to me. Because I've never gotten a copyright strike yet. I know exactly how to work the fair use. But as my video essays have progressed, editing is a bitch. And let me tell you, they don't know how to edit. I've had to learn how to edit. I'm not good at it yet, but they don't even understand how to make narrative flow happen. It's like, they don't have the word section 31 appear when they say section 31. You know what I mean? Like basic, like setup and release. Like Mark Harkness, no bloody C, C++, C++, or Enterprise, Fortran. Exactly. We've made it 44 seconds. We'll be here till tomorrow afternoon.
Here's a theory, though. That might be done intentionally to make it look like it's not actually Paramount doing it. Or bad reboot.
It's not really
you know what
Paramount
I mean? Like
doing it. These people are
or the paid,
look,
but you know
we
what I mean. Like
still-
maybe they're just trying to throw people off.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Sean. We still found them at the Texas School Bank Depository making the shot.
Yeah, and by the way, look at this iteration of Michelle.
What
Yeoh.
is she doing? Looking at her fingernails? her hand?
I think that the only possible explanation, and Sean and I, like, we have had so many movie discussions and stuff like that. Like, we've
You
both
know
read
what
so
that
much
is?
about movies. I think it's the do this while we write narration for you to hear in your head later look.
This is the snippet from the Palmolive commercial. She's soaking in it.
You know, it's like there's so many people like in this field who have something in common with Michelle Yeoh that I want to tread really lightly because these people scream istophobe at everyone, but this is not the way we remember her at all. And why is Trek culture pretending they're worried that this is going to be rejected? I believe that this is a false flag to get us to reject it so that they can complain back.
Well, it's getting ahead of the game, right? So either that or you might try to say he's legitimately worried that it might not be good, or he's getting ahead of everybody else who that way he could say, well, I already said it first, and or he's prepared to come back at anybody who doesn't like it later, right?
The best guess I have on this one is that honestly they're thinking that all they have to sell is that this is something different, somehow different. So they're emphasizing the fact that it's somehow something different, more than the fact that it's Star Trek. They don't want to talk about that. More than anything else, they're like, this is different. This is real different. This is definitely different. Like anything for a second look, because they're also saying like we're decanonized and some people have been fired. There we go. And Madge the manicurist. Oh, you gotta love
Look at those nails.
There's Madge. Good old Madge.
Those are Catwoman nails. Jeez.
Dragon lady nails on an Asian woman. It's like, it's a little uncomfortable. This is like, we didn't want to beat up Pride Weather and put him in chains on Enterprise, but we'll do it to Michelle Yeoh. Because like we're part of the woke agenda here. And you know what? A 62-year-old ingenue, only she's 2/3 as old as William Shatner. Anyway, let's let this go for a moment.
Closest thing that we have now, it's mere weeks away.
Protect the light. The light of what? Section 31, the most evil organization known to Starfleet. And this looks like it was filmed so much longer ago. Look at her here. Not a whole lot younger, but like 5 or 6. The facelift was much fresher at this point.
Oh, so those shoulder pads, I thought that was part of the chair. Wow. Okay.
No, yeah, I guess she's got some kind of... They said the person who saw it from the Tachyon Pulse said that they weren't sure that she was even like a character of any agency beyond her space station, and that they weren't sure if she wasn't a cabaret singer or not. Which again bleeds over from the rejected Batman Cape Crusader thing that ended up on Amazon because DC's Warner Brothers division didn't want it. They allowed JJ and Matt Reeves to sell it to Amazon. That showed the Penguin as a frustrated female nightclub singer. So that's something that's in the bad robot mind. They all think in lockstep.
Or you mean how they made Alfred in the comics a gay Asian guy?
They made him fat.
For anybody else out there who doesn't know that actually happened.
Harley Quinn is Asian and I think gay in the comics, and heavy. The new one
is Section 31. The streaming event is going to drop.
So by the way, people are saying that's not... They fight in shadow. It's so stupid. By the way, that someone said that's not my Captain Garrett. Here's one that some people here might remember. Radioactive and Sean probably remember it. It's pretty old callback though. You ready? I knew Rachel Garrett. I served with her. You're no Rachel Garrett.
That's right.
You couldn't know Jack Kennedy.
Yeah. Jack Kemp. Jack Kemp said it. And you know what? A Buffalo Bill who could, win. You know what? Josh Allen is going to be our next football player to run for office. I think also Tom Brady is likely to be allowed to be president of either Massachusetts or Florida should they succeed. They would give him the job. Multiple Super Bowls for each. I mean, come on. Admiral Miyagi says, tacky on, tacky off, make circle. Harley is a hardtail in the comics. I get the reference. In the Batman Cape Crusader, which is on Amazon Prime, it was ordered by DC and they didn't like it. They let Amazon buy it. They have a weird, heavy Harley Quinn. And let's see. Let's see what we can do here with this trailer.
On Paramount Plus on the 24th of January. So I'm starting to get really, really excited about it now. And as
Sean is excited. Not our Sean. This guy's name is Sean too, Sean.
Yeah, this guy. Everything they say, the way they say it, the way they record it, it's all buzzwordy. It sounds like something you'd see on Entertainment Tonight.
It looks like they asked an AI for clickbait terms and tried to weave them into a sentence.
Yeah.
It's all clickbaity. Big mystery. Everyone's wondering.
This is why I agree with your theory about it being kind of backed or supported or encouraged by or you know what I mean? Like it has.
When they're sitting there with Anson Mount, there's no doubt in my mind anymore.
Yeah.
But we have to say it's our opinion. It's our opinion.
Yeah, it's speculative. It's speculative, but it's you could say that there's some empirical data to support the fact that they're the patsy.
Exactly. This is Badge Man in the Grove, but here we go. Continuing with and how lucky are we to have Sean Ferrick here from Trek Culture? Sean, he also refuses to spell his name any way conventionally. He puts this weird thing next to the A.
On the Sean part or on the last?
Yeah, on his Sean part.
On the Sean.
And he
It's
also
supposed to be like Celtic or something.
Yeah,
I guess he is Irish.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, he is Pridelick, yes.
Well, I don't normally spell it, type it out, but my name has an umlaut.
Once you join this channel, we all get a couple of things. We get gray uniforms with a certain insignia on the sleeve.
How do you pronounce the umlaut over S?
I don't know. Well, the SHAU. I don't know. I always try to make it a point to use the word umlaut as many times as I can in the conversation.
It's an important word.
In other words, you're umlaut positive. Umlaut.
At the Saving Star Trek writers meetings, everyone's wearing a certain military uniform associated with a country that didn't do very well in World War II. That's all we're going to say.
One of those beige ones.
Let's just say my title starts with an F, and we call Sean the Gauleiter of Saving Star Trek. But here we go.
as part of that, the most recent issue of SFX.
Now, they must have something to say about this. So SFX, I guess, what else are they going to talk about? Guys, I want you to do me a favor, buy me a moment here and talk about this cover. This is our new Star Trek crew. One thing I want to say is, did we give the plane down treatment to our chick? We covered her chest area with like attack gear that flattens her out, and like we got the old lady like front and center. But that's what, and we thank God we kept the white guy out of the picture. You guys want to talk about this for a minute for me?
Well.
Are they supposed to be going out and they're like a secret? They're like
Mission Impossible without any of the mission or the possible.
Yeah. Are they supposed to be taking people out?
Or the secrecy? Like they have giant
maybe
billboards.
on a date.
Yeah. They're like a hit squad.
Well,
I
mean,
to say it. I mean, what are they supposed to be doing?
It's a woke thing. So yeah, you could say they are hitting people or hitting on people, maybe.
Yeah,
got to put it in the proper framework here. So you've hit on the right ideas. You just got to get it into the right mindset.
Let me see here.
Jesus, man, they just don't stop.
As I
they
look at this, what's going through my mind is this. If I peaked in college, this would be, and if someone my age peaked in college, they would think that this was cool. We have our representation, body positivity, black guy. We have our Asian woman who's real old. She's like two protected minorities in America based on her age and disability, because she's disabled by virtue of being over the age of 60, right? That gives her everything, right? That's according to all American medical laws. She's an old age pensioner and disabled. Then next to her, we couldn't go, we got a white person in, but it's a female. But next to Michelle Yeoh, going from left to right, we have a Latino guy. I assume the white guy we don't see is the red shirt because he's not going to be in it much. And he also spoke out against the show, so maybe he's not on board with the publicity. He wants to save his career.
When I look at this picture, I noticed something very, very shocking. Do you know what it is?
the girl looks like the Fallout girl as much as they could make her. And what
Well,
else?
I was going to say she's holding the phaser correctly.
But they made the
The
phaser the
skinniest of
indeterminate
all.
con style one. Yeah.
And she's
covered
supposed to
by
be
the
probably
font.
the security officer, correct? The way, like you
She's
said, is that the
Well,
security
the guy who had
person?
that black suit and had all that tech on it, he was some kind of space marine badass. But we know he's going to get killed in the first 3 seconds. So yeah, she's going to be the tough person who solves it all.
I have a quick thing to share, and you
Go
guys
ahead.
tell me if this makes you excited for this.
Oh God! Yeah. By the way, that's the guy who spoke out, though. I believe he's the one who
But look
spoke
at
out.
that stupid face. Like they told him, "Hey, make a stupid Spock eyebrow thing, but smile."
Was he memed? Or, by the way, like, this does happen. Sean, you've been on movie sets. I'm guessing this is what happens. Like, we need a picture for publicity. And he's like, ha, ha, ha. What? And they're just clicking away. So, like, 1 or 2 might look like this before. He's like, no, come on, give me a serious face. This might have been
maybe.
good-natured, but he has no... Like, this is basically capturing his attitude. He's the one who says fans probably ain't going to like this.
Yeah, he's the stupid white guy. Like in the trailer, he's a dumbass.
So
he
in
didn't
other
make
words,
the
he's
magazine
Biff.
cover.
He's Biff.
Exactly.
He's also...
the magazine cover. Yeah.
He's also blinking, you miss him because he's going to die going in there, bulling his way in there. And there's some red on that uniform, by the way.
Yeah, I just found it was some interview he did, and he's like, "Oh, I'm excited for this," and because I'm dumb. But I'm looking at every picture of him has got stupid face all over him, like he's Biff. Like exactly, he's the punchline.
I think he said what he had to
comedy
say.
relief. I mean, he's going to be
Yeah.
the guy who's always doing the one-liners and crap like that, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the big guy in the back is going to be. I have no idea.
But I don't understand how that's going to work because there's like, who's Marty then? Because he's going to have to say something to Marty that says, "That's not the way we do it in Starfleet, butthead."
Well, the cover, I also noticed the guy in red doesn't look very happy to be there, right? Is that too far
This
off?
guy's
I
like,
couldn't
my
see it.
serious acting career has been destroyed by this.
Does he? I'd have to get a closer look at it, but I don't know.
They couldn't have made that chick look more plain on the far right. They covered her as much as they could with the font. It's so spiteful, and once you start becoming irritated by the way they wokeify things, it comes off spiteful. It's like, you're going to enjoy the way your male gaze can look at these letters, buddy. You weirdo. Real people will be looking at on the guy in the far left because he's compelling, or because they're the right kind of fans and they're gay and they want to be with him.
Well, that's Geordie's fat brother, right?
Porty.
I can't.
Pudgy LaForge. Portly LaForge. Ah, there you go.
Portly. Did you notice that in Picard season 3, Geordie had one daughter who was an engineer and one daughter who was a pilot, and in the middle of the show they forgot which one was which, so they had a problem for a pilot and a problem for an engineer, and the self-identified engineer went out and did the piloting, and the self-identified pilot did the engineering.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
They lost track of their own characters. That's how bad we're dealing with here.
They can't even track a phaser right, so...
I don't think this guy is their red shirt. The black guy, I mean, like, especially if he's gay, I think he's an android, is my guess. I think he's a
that's a
type
good
android.
guess. That's a good guess, dude. I didn't even think of that. Right?
Look hard at his eyes. They appear to be yellow.
That's a damn good guess right there.
I believe that he's a Soong type android who was made. The only way they could make a Soong type android of what they did, it's an unholy mix, guys. They took the DNA from Kirk and Picard and put it together, and they tried. And when they make it a male clone, the toxicity kills it within 30 days because it's so overly masculine. So the only sustainable Picard clone would be a female one, but they don't want this one around too long, so they made a male one. They made it black, so it'll live for a couple of months. But like if they make it a white male, it's dead in a few days from its own time.
Yeah.
It's privilege gland, so it's excreting privilegium.
Yeah, he's not going to be rolling up any magazines and jamming it down anybody's throat. Right?
I would like to roll up a magazine and shake it at the people who freaking did this Star Trek movie. If it's not even Star Trek, so here we go.
And by the way, hit him on the nose with it and say no.
No.
And this is going straight to streaming. This isn't coming out in theaters. This is
the triumph of
well, they've hacked it so much that I think at one point weren't they looking at theaters and then they pulled back and then they changed
it was supposed to be a series,
a mini series or something, and now they're who knows what these people are doing.
This is the third calendar decade it's being pitched in. The star was in her 40s. She's now in her 60s. That's how long. Is it as long as I make it sound? No, but I can say that truthfully because Michelle Yeoh was like 48 or 49 when they started pitching this, and she's 62 or 63 now. It took them that long. They only wanted Section 31. They didn't stick to their guns and make Star Trek and wait for Section 31 to happen. They made everyone in the Starfleet works for some weird security place. In Strange New Worlds, everybody is a co-opted operative of someone else and just not talking about it until the episode where they need them to do it again comes back. It's so crazy.
Well, you
Connie
know how you
works for someone else. Go ahead.
You want to know how you finish the show? It's very simple. You
nuke it from orbit.
Well, you can do that, but I was going to say what you do is you have Gary 7 just say simulation complete, save file, and then he just walks out of the holodeck.
This movie is so bad that I have to try something now that I haven't tried in a long time. Computer, Arch! Damn, this is real.
Sorry,
no, this is real, guys.
Can't do that, Dave.
Right? All right, so once more, these are our heroes. They went, I mean, I missed the color of Star Trek. Everyone's dressed in a leather jacket. Like I said, peaking in college, right? If you peaked in college in 1991, this is what you see as cool. A nightclub performer and Michelle Yeoh looking a little clowny-faced and androgynous, honestly, the way they made her up here. Then we have the safe Latino guy. He's not as toxic as I am as a Latino because he's more Afro-Latino than I am. I'm like oppressor Latino. It's not my fault my Latinos were tougher than the other ones and took over most of the countries. Why am I getting blamed? I mean, Justin Trudeau doesn't get shit for it, but whatever. These are our freaking people.
Well, they can't pretty them up. How else would they establish their agency?
They don't want to male gaze the star, or otherwise they would need an intimacy coordinator to talk to her, right? I wonder if she cried the way Cynthia Erivo cries when she makes a Disney movie, right? Like after Wicked, like a Wizard of Oz lighthearted send-up play, Cynthia Erivo needs to be comforted by her co-star as she melts down talking about the poster. That's crazy stuff. So anyway, let's keep going with this. This is
who made up that stupid
Magazine.
job title? Intimacy coordinator.
You'd have to think that back in the day, it was like some genius. It's like, hey, I could be an intimacy coordinator. I get to tell.
It was just the director was the guy. He's like, hey, this looks hot. Get on top of it. Whatever,
The
reverse cowgirl is intimacy coordinator.
Lawyers, yeah.
Well, eventually, hopefully, when that stupid title goes away, imagine these people trying to get a job somewhere and like, resume, intimacy coordinator.
Why don't we start a LinkedIn where we?
Why don't
we start a LinkedIn for our intimacy coordinator team?
Well, that's because
we're qualified.
They'll have a team. They'll have a series of movies they can support, but they'll all be over in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah.
Which was released on the 30th of December of 2024. You remember last year.
I don't get what. And see, Sean, he doesn't have a Star Trek uniform. This is what he wears when he does it.
What does it say, Broad?
I don't know. I guess that's Irish Broad. But the thing is, Sean makes sure to let us know he's gay. He's very, very upfront about that. To the point where it's like, dude, we know.
How does he bring that up in conversation?
It's like, as a gay man, I was very validated to see that Lower Decks was made by mostly women. I was like, I don't know. He finds any way he can. I don't know. He might. It's the kind of thing I would associate with Sean Ferrick. There was a terrible incident in the war in the Bible land, is the only way to put it, where a place where people who were sick get help got boomed, and first one side got blamed. Remember that terrible incident? So for one day, it looked like one side did it, and he condemned that side, and he really went to the mat, and he called them like horrible, and they said that they should leave, and they should reverse all their goals, and the worst people in the world. So I'm looking at this, and I'm like, this is why I hold back, because I don't feel like it's time to comment on this one. And then, like, the next day, like, the side that got blamed had proof that the other side had probably done it. And it was pretty darn compelling, right? So then the blame shifts all the way to the other side, and Sean Ferrick then blames the people that he said were the victims. And he condemns the fuck out of them and goes all the way over the top. So, like, I retweeted his tweet from the day before, and I'm like, so which one is it, and what does it have to do with Star Trek? And he freaked out and blocked me. Yeah, I mean, because I tried to be like, my opinion about Sean Ferrick was he just works for another like company than I do. Like I'm an independent Star Trek contractor. I sell Star Trek and Star Trek accessories, and so does he. So I tried to talk to him a little bit on X. It worked out with the Picard director and the Unification director. They talk to me a little now. But let's see how Sean justifies this.
Still weird saying that. Has some interviews and some really cool little tidbits about what we can expect from the movie coming up.
Why would you cut to a moment where you were non-verbally losing it? That's such a weird edit. Like, he's got it together here. Like, look how weird this edit is.
Well, he says
little tidbits about what we can expect from the movie coming up. I want.
Why would you cut to that moment? We edit. You know what I mean? Why would you cut to that moment? Like you're not articulate. Like I didn't edit our last upload heavily. I just hope people enjoy the conversation. But like, he's doing something that I do. Like when you get hung up, you're like it's, and like you cut that out of your edit. You don't leave that in. Like maybe play like a Star Trek sound effect, show the Delta logo, and then like pick it up from when you're making sense. But I don't know.
I want to lead, I guess, with one of the biggest moments, and it's in an interview with Rob.
My God, they're not ashamed of it. Look.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, the same picture.
Oh,
doesn't that look goofy? Like
they say, there's no devil, Sean.
Wow. That look is like you're going to be in a horror comedy like Dale and Tucker or something. Yeah, that's immediately what I thought. Oh, that's like a Dale and Tucker remake or some crap.
At some point, Sean's going to have to start talking to me the way that Kirk talks to Decker. Teag, what's underneath Teag? You can't do this. Like, no, I can't go on. I'm going to delete delete the channel. It's no channel. We can't stand it. Like, Teag, we're stronger with you than without you.
Yeah, I might start to think that he's probably going to last a lot longer in this movie to keep him around for the comedy part, right? Or immediately, do that surprise 2 seconds in type of thing.
They have a lot of movie to bloat, so he might be around for a while, but I'm saying the first moment he makes contact with hostile forces, he's getting phased out of existence in the opening exchange.
Yeah, you can't give the pale guy too much screen time.
He's too male and too pale to survive.
Well, basically, if he's a red shirt, he can't last long anyway.
Yeah, unless it's totally derivative of some kind of comedic trope through the whole movie. That's the only way, right?
Is he just going to
take
it on? He's just going to get bashed for being a dude the whole time and be like,
yes, that's what I'm getting at. The only way he survives. Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. I'll go ahead.
By the way, they're not red shirts anymore. They're indigenous crew members.
Oh, they're indigenous.
They're guardians, Sean. They're guardians.
Oh, that's right. The indigenous guardians.
And broad means anywhere from poking, prodding toward something, like anywhere from pride to air. It's a difficult word. I've tried looking it up, and it's like 10 different types of translations. I mean, he could have probably told us. But
well, if he's
look at the
like
screen
this,
is sort of.
I mean, he's got to last long enough to get to go back in time and get all of the booking numbers so that
is that a Starfleet thing over the D? Is that
no?
Oh, it is.
It is.
Yes, it absolutely is.
So he's using that as a trope, the Broad, to poke arrogance or pride, and that's the Starfleet symbol.
Is
Yeah,
it
that's the
pride
badge
in
in the
Gaelic?
Yeah.
Is or is he? Here's the thing, though. He might be wearing that badge over some other kind of shirt, because you can buy those badges. It's just, is the badge part of the shirt? Is it
Yeah,
part of
I
the silk
think
screening?
so, but I don't know why you'd have the white over the white. It would have been reversed so you could see it. I just noticed it. That's all.
Well,
Maybe
that's
it's a
because
pin.
his other shirt is white on the left side and black on the right.
But I mean, can I just say, isn't there just a little too much snark and indignance on this screen right now to be in the middle of a Star Trek interview about how it's going to be a great Star Trek movie for anyone to truly believe? Yeah, he wouldn't last long in Bible land at all. No, and he's probably part of like the group that wants to take like being gay to like a religion that doesn't dig it. But he's just a weird guy. Like, he totally excoriated one side really bad, and then the next day, I guess he thought everyone was stupid. He excoriated the other, and I've been, like, watching his tweets. So, like, when I quote-tweeted his tweet from the day before, I'm like, so are there no good people in the world? There aren't a few good people somewhere? What does it have to do with Star Trek? It's like, you're a freak, and you have no feelings. And I'm like, I'm not the one who just condemns all of humanity. In 2 days worth of, like, tweeting about stuff that had nothing to do with Star Trek. It's like, he's like, yeah, you're a freak and a stalker. It's like, at least I'm not a death-obsessed weirdo. And then he blocked me.
Stalker, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, so let's get that out of it, a little bit out of it. Let's hear more of what they have to say. This way,
Kaczynski, that's in the magazine. He made a statement that stands out. He said, "This is not the Trek that people want."
Why do they want that out there so bad? Why are they
They're
making
just
sure
getting
we
ahead
know
of the
this?
game, Teague. It's the same BS that they pulled on all the stuff, and I'm not even anywhere near close to Star Trek level.
No,
like you guys
usually
are.
they say
But
this is more like Star Trek that we used to remember. This is more like the familiar Star Trek you grew up with, right? Am I, Sean? Isn't that always the bullshit?
Yeah,
story
they
that
always say, "Oh, we're getting back to adventure. We're getting back to this." I think they're just trying to soften the blow. They're just prepping people. Okay, maybe we
Or at
won't
this
even
point-
get people to hate watch it.
Yeah.
Or what people have been telling me is that they think the Star Trek name and legacy is the problem, is what it is. And like, well, we have a TV contract. We just have to jettison the Star Trek part as hard as we can.
You know what it could also be? Here's a theory. Like the story that had come out that they were told to straighten everything up with unification and the lower decks thing that we saw where it decanonized everything. Maybe this was an order from up high saying, just separate this thing from Star Trek. Say it's not. We're just making a what if type of thing.
It's hard to say, right? Because when they try to do something, they're not the most artistic. And also, like, to get their hashtag to trend, the only thing they really have left to sell is that they're getting fired, they're probably going to be gone, and this is the end, and this show is ending. And when we hear from the writers saying stuff like, there's nothing supposed to, like, nothing's over, nothing's undoable. We can be, and did I say hi to Lemon Pie? It's like, we can bring back anybody, has been said already. And again, how can Discovery be out of canon when Discovery characters exist in Star Trek, Starfleet Academy?
Well, they multiversed it to explain it away. But here's the thing, that comment that they said that this isn't the Trek people want, that is verbiage that came as an order from someone up top. That phrase was directed,
and it's a really big change in what they usually say.
Yeah.
No, they're not operating under Skydance orders yet.
Oh,
Skydance orders have not trickled down. This was probably made weeks ago too.
No, but they've been in talks for a while. That's why Skydance had influence weeks ago. The same way we have the president-elect.
This was finished before they got around. This was finished.
No, I don't mean the show. I mean the comment of this is the Trek people don't want. That could have been an order from on high from Skydance saying,
or this is their message to Skydance. Well, I think they're trying to say, honestly, Tom Connors told me way before Paramount was in trouble that the Kurtzman part of Star Trek, they were convinced that the Star Trek name was the problem and that they had to get rid of it. So I think Tom, his source was probably right. He said he had really good Star Trek sourcing on that one. So everything that I've seen since then is kind of fed that that's probably true. So my thought is this. We've got a TV contract. It sucks that it's Star Trek, but if we just keep blowing the Star Trek thing out of the water over and over, people will realize it's not, and like we'll still have our TV contract. And if not, we'll get our buyout. So it's just we're kind of stuck with what, like, I think that this was made off the reservation without permission while all the adults were away, because for the last 4 months, while most of this was made, there was a rotating presidency for Paramount of 3 different people.
Oh wow! I mean, wow.
And this, yeah, and no one knows. I think where the money. I think I know where the money from Rings of Power that wasn't on camera went. They had their funding pulled for this by Netflix. No one is paying for this. They have to raise their own money. The reason Stacey Abrams is in an episode is because they used the Democratic fundraising base as the people that crowdsourced their show. Which is crazy.
Hey, there's the $20 million that they're in debt.
I was going to say, gee, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that angle.
The show is already unapproachably long, and we got some nice, generous chats, so monetization doesn't really matter, but yeah, there it goes. Let's see. We know better than the fans what should be made. Yeah, I don't even know at this point. Like, they're like, we hope that they might even, like, the most charitable view they could have is, we wish the old fans well, but damn it, would they please go away? That seems to be the outlook from these people. So let's take a listen a little more here.
And so, I mean, that was a bit like, all right, what an interesting way to open your interview.
It's called I Don't Want My Career Destroyed. Right? You're not setting me up.
Yeah, I don't think I think he's trying to hold back he didn't want to bash on him, so he said interesting way, right?
Well, no, this guy I think is going to try to tee off on the actor saying it's no good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's not going to say it here though, right?
Yeah, he's got kid gloves going on here.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. Like, this is the most interesting one yet.
Do you
Are
think
they nursing their own lie?
Do you think they're playing a game here, possibly, where this guy he's LARPing out in the media so that they can tee up this artificial controversy?
Yes, because the fact they're going away is something that would make their hashtag trend more than the fact that they're sticking around. So everything's possible. The thing is, it's like, I never would think of the level of deviousness that it takes, but I've seen it now time and time again with their cynical marketing. Now that the only thing they have to market is that they might go away and there might be new people, we hear it all the time. And they're going to turn around and say, look how much we raised the profile of the franchise. The hashtag went up like 300,000%. And it was because people were excited they were going away. So I think they're seeding the clouds of bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a psyops operation to have that guy act like that, or they could be giving him the Gina Carano treatment, too. Who knows?
I think that it's very likely they're false flag attacking themselves, because we can't tell yet. We'll know more. Let's see. Go ahead, Sean Ferrick, take it away.
This is why we keep reading. This is not specific.
That was insulting. This is why we keep reading. Okay, so the people who said that the guy... so he's going to explain to us why people who thought it was terrible were wrong to think that that's what he meant when he said it was terrible. He's going to re-explain... He's going to re-explain to us and help us taste the rainbow of bullshit.
Well, has this guy said that he's seen the whole movie, or is he just doing this thing off of what he's got available to him now, like
While
the clips?
we can assume he's seen the movie, I don't know of any point where he has said that he has. What's up?
Never mind. I thought Dead Man had sent a chat because it was highlighted blue, but you did that.
Yeah, no.
I apologize.
But don't worry about it. They didn't want Star Trek in the title because I think they wanted the franchise to evolve a little bit, but that was because Voyager and Deep Space Nine ended in a way that, like, one was very fan-centric and very much like a story that people had to be like Star Trek fans to enjoy, and with Voyager it was just like batshit crazy the way they shortcut ended the show. So it's just like there was a moment there when I think the Enterprise people got a little bit of a talking to. But let's go on with this wonderful...
Voyager ending quick, or do you mean Enterprise ending quick?
The short quick to Voyager. The way they managed to get them home in a couple episodes.
Oh.
Was it a two-parter or something? So what's
Specifically, this is not the Next Generation. This is...
All right, so we're declaring, like, okay, so, like, he's wrong that it's not Star Trek, but it's not The Next Generation. That's a huge piece of what Star Trek is. Voyager, like, spends its entire career in the shadow of The Next Generation.
This is not DS9. This.
All right, so that's two major Star Trek shows that it has nothing in common with, but it's still
He's
Star
separate.
Trek.
He's
This is not
separating.
Voyager.
Say that again, Sean. I'm sorry.
He's purposely separating to keep. He's trying to stay ahead of the game here. It's again, right? Or am I just?
He's
reading into
dissembling. I feel like this is like verbal flack and dissembling. Anyone? How can he spend 15 minutes on this too?
This is not Star Trek Legacy. And, take a shot. That's the first time I've said Star.
Oh, they're angry because they can't get the show they wanted on the conditions they want with Raffi and Seven as the lesbian lovers running the new Enterprise. So this is our punishment for not getting their show again. If you notice, they always punish their fans a little bit when they don't get what they want. Like, we can't have Section 31. Every show will be Section 31 now. So, they do that. They're a spiteful bunch.
But we don't need him to tell us that this is going to be a separate show. It should be able to stand on its own once you see it, right? He's purposely separating, like you said.
I think I can't tell which direction he's going in yet. He's acknowledging it's out there. Oh, look at this. Underneath his name here, it does, if you can see under the controls, it says CBS Media Ventures. So it is disclosed that it's directly them on screen. So we're not wondering here. It's
Star Trek Legacy in 2025. Hey, everyone.
So
One of the reasons that.
Yeah, if
this
you
is
look,
sponsored.
when I take the taskbar away, it says CBS Media Ventures.
So it's sponsored.
For a minute. Yeah, and he's yammering away about how for some reason it's let's see.
That's why he didn't comment on that actor.
Trekkie.
Do you think? Wait, that's really interesting. So that confirms all the suspicion.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
I mean, like, why would it not be? Why would it be right there if you're not CBS?
He has been a Star Trek fan his entire life. He's been very, very.
All right, so this guy's always been a Star Trek fan, so it sounds to me like he knows what he's talking about. But his
It's
entire
a glorified infomercial at this point.
Exactly. It's always an infomercial. I'll just say this: this guy being a Star Trek fan his entire life, like, I have T-shirts older than this guy, and Sean.
Very open about it, and in fact, when you read it, the way that he speaks about his connection to Star Trek, I'd offer him a job on Trek Culture tomorrow.
No, because you have to probably work for JJ. He doesn't know. No, I don't think so. But anyway, go ahead, Sean. If you are offering honest people who are giving assessments on Star Trek and Trek Culture jobs, I would work there. Okay, so that's
good because he clearly gets it. You know what I mean? He says,
our product sucks. He clearly gets it. Wow, Mr. House Party 6, thank you with a generous $10 super chat. Wow, what would Kurtzman do? Who gives a shite? You know what? I have to have some media for that one. Let's see, what do I have?
I see what you did there. That's funny.
Yeah, you know what? I love it. Like, I just think, like, I know what I know what these people are on.
Pure anti-proton. Absolutely pure.
Oh man, Mr. House Party 6, thank you so much for the generous $10 super chat. You're right. Like, we're trying to get some insights here. Maybe we'll jump ahead a little bit. So, I don't know. I'm kind of interested in his theory about why this guy must be wrong about what he's telling us. So, let's find out when he re-explains to this person what they really mean. Which is one of my favorite things to ever do anywhere. And thank you so much, Mr. House Party.
Well, how far are we into this? And did I miss the front part where he talks about
10%?
Like, yeah. Does he even give a background origin to what the Section 31 does? Like what I had asked, because I had missed that if he did in the first.
He just says that it's the new project coming from the people who gave you such.
But he gives not even a hint as to what they're going to be doing.
Well,
at all,
they can't
right?
let on.
In the
they
future,
can't let on until the show.
In the future, Section 31. This is the distilled version of Baskin Robbins. That's why it's Kirsten Robbins Section 31 flavors.
Yeah, he's totally avoiding
actually
it.
running They're running an ice cream shop in the 31st century, right? Hence Section 31. It all dovetails together. That's their cover. Would you like one or
their
two
backup
scoops?
is an orange Julius.
Exactly. Would you like 2 scoops to go with that?
You want the egg in that or no?
That's great.
You got to get the egg in it, though.
Oh, jeez.
What is going on with Picard in this picture? It's like just the tip.
Oh, I just binged Archer. Phrasing.
I don't know. Seems like they gave the full shaft.
Yeah. God, that's the first time I've said Star Trek Legacy in 2020.
Yeah.
So he's bitching about their show that they didn't get. So this is basically, so now this explains some of their movies that it's a tantrum.
5, hey everyone. One of the reasons that, as well, that this stands out so
He again cut it to himself when he was at a loss for words. What is he trying to, you know what I mean? It's like, cut out the part where you're verbally, like, misfiring. We've all done this.
means that Rob Kaczynski is a card-carrying Trekkie. He has been a Star Trek fan his entire life.
So what?
Card-carrying?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
You mean fully laminated
very-
and everything?
He's been cleared by the Trek on Trek Activities Committee.
So I have a question.
What's
because
that vetting
since
process
this is a
like?
CBS thing, since it's a CBS thing, I mean, this is all written. Like all these things, it's like that show that Will Wheaton did at the end of Picard.
Right.
Like,
This is related to that.
Yeah, it's like let's make
Somehow.
it seem like we're really asking questions when I have a script written for me.
Teague,
God,
do I
yes.
say? There's
Yes,
something
go-
I gotta say. This
Go for
this infomercial is more staged than that NBC Gavin Newsom interview we talked about earlier today.
We were thinking about showing that, and we did have some thoughts on it that were valid. Like, for instance, it could be real. It looked like it was real a lot of the time, but like one thing that would explain a lot is if they're standing on top of a van, and that was why the perspective was weird, and they wouldn't show their feet. But then the other thing was like, let's say it is fake. What if they ran a disclaimer saying so that no first responders would have to be tied up to secure a zone for the governor to do the interview in? We have a simulated and enhanced environment, in a studio showing an area where he actually was earlier today.
Well, we got to provide context for everybody in the chat and the other
There's
other
a
two
Newsom
hosts.
video out there that people are wondering about. I don't want to get any.
Yeah, because no one on that side of Wokey would ever stage interviews or or anything like that. No.
Yeah, we are refapping their video.
Or pretend
a
to
little
interview a
bit.
bunch of kids and they turn out to be Canadian actors. Nah.
The whole thing is a little bit weird. The thing is, it's like some of it seems explainable by the fact that it's like we see things like a cloud of smoke that would cause the autofocus on the camera to kind of like want to focus in on that. And also like the idea that maybe there's 2 news trucks there. He is the governor, right? So maybe like everybody's about 10 feet off the ground, and it gives it this weird unworldly look, and they don't want to show like certain stuff like the broadcasting equipment that's in sight and like the retracted like satellite mast on top of the one he's standing on, because clearly it's being filmed from one next to it. Governor Goodhair is what I call him.
Governor Goodhair.
You guys know it. I always call him that. It's like I think Goodhair's on TV right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to make of him. He's weird, but like so I don't know why they're excusing this guy, but here we
very
go.
open about it. And in fact, when you read it, the way that he speaks about his connection to Star Trek, I'd offer him a job on Trek Culture tomorrow if I
Sure you would, Sean.
could, because he clearly gets it.
It's like in The Jerk. She said she'd give me a job.
Jeez, that's digging deep. Wow.
Know what I mean? He says this is not the Trek that people want. It's
Well, he better not say it's the Trek you need. He better not say that.
If he said that,
Look
he'd
at
get
his
bonus
face.
points for at least knowing something outside of being a shill.
Well, look at that face. It's like he's about to say it.
He can't wait to drop whatever this shit is on us. He's excited. He's like,
he's gonna
fuck
say
you all, you peppy meme posting haters.
Different. It feels different. And he does qualify what he means by that.
So he didn't really mean what he said that he meant he said.
Is he not much saying anything much about the show at all? Is he? This is like a
We've
Seinfeld
gotten
episode.
2
What
minutes
does he
and
actually
23
say
seconds
about
into
the
this
show?
video, and he hasn't said much about it. And
Is
this
it just me, or am I reading too much
No,
into this?
no, you're
not.
hitting it right on the
Right in
head.
He
How
hasn't
do we
said
do
shit.
this for 13 more minutes?
It's that this is a horse of a different color.
This is vice president word salad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
When I saw the first couple of trailers for Section 31, my first reaction was like, oh, okay, so it's Discovery.
He's not talking about 31.
I catch him at the greatest moments whenever I pause. And look, like, so now we're showing our other character, and I'm like, this is like the one moment. I guess it's right before they blast him into infinity. And that's my opinion,
Dude,
right?
it, like
You
I'm
mean
telling you,
infinity
he's
and beyond.
and beyond. Yeah, he's gonna buy it really quick, or this is a complete comic trope for the whole movie. It's got to be one of the. There's no middle ground for this character, right?
What would Kurtzman do?
So
Oh,
if,
yeah.
if he's not playing Biff, would he be playing the guys from Dumb and Dumber then?
I had the same thought.
We have to be really charitable to Sean Ferrick, but yeah, I don't know where he's coming from a lot of the time. I mean, if I'm getting paid to say this stuff, I'm getting paid to say this stuff, but like, do you notice that he lives in a country that has like a lot of socialism in it? And like, I'm not criticizing his nation, but I'm saying like, Sean Ferrick's salary wouldn't have to include something like having to pay for Sean, are you making a model?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you were hearing that.
I could hear it, yeah.
Is that what
But
that
don't
is?
worry about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll mute that.
Hey, at least it's a model.
Wow.
Yeah.
At least it's a model. Yeah, something
That
cool.
was
No,
so
I
cool.
fucked up. I did something stupid. I painted it black to light block it, and I was stupid and I didn't mask the window, so I'm scraping off.
Oh no!
Yeah, so now I got to scrape it off and remask it. So yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, sorry. I'll mute.
Yeah, now I think we have the kind of bubbles again where people can be when I embiggen them, they'll get larger camera size. But yeah, so like we're trying to show our character here as a little cooler, but look at Sean. Like it's hard to catch him not in a bad pose. And like I'm sorry, Sean. Like I'm not trying to embarrass you. And I'm sure, of course, Sean Carter. I don't mean you. Of course I would try to embarrass you, but no, Sean Ferrick. I'm not trying to embarrass you.
You mean anti-Sean. We've
Yeah,
got to
I mean-
differentiate between
Yeah.
the two.
Some of these jump cuts and edit choices, I don't know what to tell you about them, buddy. I mean, you know, as another YouTuber, I'm glad that there's no pressure here. I guess it seems like, you know, again, CBS Media is up on the screen again, but the CBS Media disappears when the media goes away. So maybe it does it always say CBS Media Ventures, because it seemed to change.
You know, we're going to go in that aesthetic. We're going to go in that
It says
direction,
CBS Media Ventures
and
right
everything
now.
I've seen and read since does tend to support that.
You can see this movie. You work for them. Why is he? I hate the two things I hate the most about Trek culture and the Ready Room with Will Wheaton is when someone from Star Trek pretends that they're real media and scoffs at answering their question because it's improper. Because when they wrote the questions, so like I saw one where they're like, you know, Alex Kurtzman, the maker of Star Trek Discovery, has just a few moments to talk to us about the genius new season. And he's like, can you tell us about what's happening? He's like, not you. I can't say anything about the story to you. Like they're like the fake media or something like on it. And he's like, well, I've got to run. It's like the most busy guy to never put out a show. It's like every other year he puts out 10 episodes of Strange New Worlds. He's always running around, always never has any time. He can only explain that it's going to be really big. It's going to be just like the Star Trek we used to see. And now look at him here, like Branch Davidian comes to mind.
I'm just looking
Right?
at that the guy's character pose.
Look at Ferrick for a moment, though. It's like, Landrew.
For the good of the body.
Yeah.
Or is it Brody? For the good of the Brody?
I don't know. We can't mess around too much with whatever the hell it says on his shirt, because for all we know, it's like, and they made fun of my collar shirt, which of course means that nobody should ever be mean to anyone else. Like it could be something that we're not allowed to disagree with.
Yeah, that interpretation is there all over the place for that interpretation.
Yeah, and this is not good-hearted criticism or really, this is not a Star Trek YouTube channel. This is CBS.
But it's really interesting. Is this now a bait and switch?
In my opinion. Sorry, what's that, Sean?
As in, maybe he's just a fan of Jaws.
That could be it. Like Brody.
You know me.
It's like
you know what
you know what would be a great shirt? Like
Japanese guy slammed 2 balls into my ass, Chief.
How about this for a Jaws shirt? It's like, my favorite Jaws character is Captain, and in bigger letters like Quin, and there's like a bite mark taken out of the T.
Nice.
Right? I don't seriously, that's the problem. Like, we have some really funny comedy when we were looking at the Star Trek cameo page, and we were laughing because it was like row 3 and 4 from the top. We get into like weird people from New Star Trek, and without getting in trouble here, all I can say is they're weird people from New Star Trek. They're like people have like names that you would associate with being male, and they're wearing an evening gown. That's the best way I can put it. So it's just like, we don't know how to say, hey, look at that guy down there. It's like, if we say that, like, I'm afraid to upload it. You know what I mean? It's hilarious.
So
you can do it
the
live.
question is, had Sean got a cameo from one of them, would they be like, I need the money, so I'll promote Admiral Teague, but I'll do it with the clenched mouth.
I think that they could pretend they're in an agonizer booth and pretend they're in a lot of pain saying it. Like, you're allowed to pretend you're in pain. Yeah. Like, if we got Anson Mount, just be like, I don't like Admiral Teague. I think he's a real asshole. But here's a Star Trek show. Like, I would let him do that.
From Kaczynski was saying, this is, we've never seen anything like this before. That's not as scary to me as I think initially it seemed.
When we freeze it, the CBS media kind of is covered, but if you look by the play glyph, you can see where it says CBS Media Ventures. So why that's continuously up there, I mean...
First heard that this Section 31 idea was coming, all
right?
those years ago.
Because we're being your own people. So now he's telling us the 13-year history of making this stupidity. All right, so what's without transforming the rest of this, because we'd be here all night. Just take a look at some of the images that they show us here. What they deem
We're going back a while.
His faces that he makes, we get the best faces off of him. She looks.
Well, we got it. We do have to give him a few props here. I mean, to extend saying nothing about nothing for a full 15 minutes without breaking a sweat or stuttering or saying or ah. I mean, that's pretty damn good. You gotta admit.
Well, there are some pretty weird edits in here too. So
yeah, I don't know what the hell they're thinking. It is it's always weird. So wait, I'm sorry. Let's just fast forward through the end of this. Yeah, weird.
For this, since thermal.
So, hello, stranger. Let me conjure you a tale of Star Trek. It's all coming off like, Sean, the Arsenal of Freedom? Right? We've got Star Trek for you. That's the one where they go to the planet that only makes weapons, and it's the
who was that? The comedian, that one bit actor? Yeah, the salesman.
He's a well-known character actor. He gets to be in a Bond movie. He's in a lot of other movies. He's in a bunch of movies. He's in so many roles. He's like,
I remember him from Ghost.
Yes, he's in Ghost. He's one of the crazy people on the subway. But I mean, look it's. Sean Ferrick is like the male Rachel Ziegler with the body language here.
That's a pleasant pose.
He moves around as much as Trump. You ever know, like, I'm not making a comment on anything he says or, like, the validity of it. And, like, I don't mind Trump, honestly. He's from Queens, right? But, like, you ever notice, like, when Trump is pretty animated when he speaks, like, a lot of body lingo and a lot of body English into it. But even if he's leaning on something, like, the one hand's going and with the rubbing the fingers together and the pointing, like, it's, like, Sean Farrick has, like, the same kind of body language as our next president. We just guaranteed that they're going to strike us. Sean, play the sample.
Oh, what?
What sample? I don't have my soundboard on this laptop.
I'm gonna come.
Oh God,
Oh,
that's on the other computer.
I wish, and in 5 years we'll be able to.
You need the other one to go with it, where Kamala says don't.
Oh yeah,
you know what?
Do not come. Do not come.
Look at our new Star Trek character, by the way. This character has a Persian accent, which I don't care about, but she goes, don't get your, or I think it's Persian, but she goes, don't get your prime directives in a bunch.
Is that
that's her line?
Delton? I think that's supposed to be a Delton.
I think
I think so.
That's the kind of low effort alien we get, but honestly, the meta of the show is that shaving off your eyebrows and hair is absolutely normal for any woman, and I'm not committing to the fact that this character is identifies as female. I don't know who this character is. I don't know anything about them. I just know that the last person I saw with makeup and a look like that, it was like a backup dancer for RuPaul sort of looks like this person, in my opinion. They look like a backup dancer for RuPaul. Boy. Look how much he moves.
Kind of like that governor of California.
Oh, we gotta play caption this one.
The Saving Star Trek guys are the meanest people on YouTube.
Oh boy.
How does it feel to be part of all this? Be part of all this bigotry, Dave?
I don't see anything.
There's no bigotry
I'm just
here.
having fun with this.
Leave your bigotry in your corners, mister.
Jeez.
Sean, it's come to my attention you've been leaving your bigotry in your quarters. Could you please start bringing it to the bridge? It's required in this group. Sir, there could be many other reasons. Leave your objectivity in your quarters. That would be the new Trek. When they do Balance of Terror in New Trek and they do it badly, didn't you think there'd be a point where someone would say something tolerant and you'd be like, leave your tolerance in your quarters. We're all bigots here. Because Pike is the biggest loser, bigot. Have you noticed in every episode of Strange New Lows, what they always do is, at the beginning of the episode, Black Admiral Man says to him, like, here's your job, and you need to go do this for us. Jesus, Sean! You need to go do this for us. And he's like, yup, I'll do it. And while they're having the conversation, all the female crew members look at each other knowingly, and then we get a reaction shot from Pike, and he's looking at the screen uncomprehensibly, but he nods. Then we usually cut to Spock, who's completely looks flabbergasted. He looks like as flabbergasted as Commandant Lazard at the commencement speech at the end of Police Academy. And I don't know. Yeah! And the female crew members have got this one whipped, right? They figured it out already.
The Police Academy reference. I love
Yeah! I mean, but the female crew members, they've got it figured out already, right? And they're just, they're going to somehow or another, they're going to land this plane. They don't really particularly care. And at the end of the episode, it's he makes a few mistakes, and they try to rein him in. Usually Pike's first thing is unrestrainably masculine response, and then they're okay, guys and their toys, you have a starship, we realize you think you could do this, and then they always roll their eyes while he's giving orders and shit like that in a way that wouldn't be tolerated, and it's just so unfucking military, and it's an entire crew of cut-ups. At what point do you have someone who's the cut-up character? At this point, the wild card character is the person who's quiet and disciplined. But there is no one like that. Because these people peaked in college and they can only think about things that happened when they were in college. So remember when we went to the Happy Mondays concert and we took all that ecstasy? Yeah, we need to get that across in the show. I mean, this is
that. Yeah, go ahead.
in 2017, 2018 versus what it ends up.
So here it is, our white guy. We cover up most of his whiteness as fast as we can. Get that out of the way. We don't want to go a bit too far in a few places. If you know what, like, if we could just do like let me see if I can pull this off. I have a plan. All right, I have a plan. All right, give me a second on this one, because I think I've got Sean figured out, and I think I have the right thing to illustrate it. All right, I think I can do this now. I got to use all my skills, right? Back, because you're looking for the same thing. Let's see. All right, Sean's set up right. Back, because you're looking for the same thing. It's a new thing. Check out this I bring on the level. I'm causing the bass to come on. Back on the radio, they say I'm a criminal, but now I wonder how. Some people never know. Because I'm bad, because I'm the enemy. I'm not a hologram. Come rock the party and clear all the madness. I'm not a racist. Preach to teach us, because they say this. Some never had this. Number one, born to run. Can I tell them that I really never had a gun, but was the wax that the Terminator X spun? Now they got me in a cell because the records they sell, because a brother like me said, well, that Farrakhan's a prophet that I think you ought to listen to. What he could say to you, what he could do for you is follow for now. All the people say, free up the people, well about the lyrical, pick up the miracle. Black is back, all in, we're gonna win. Check it out. Here we go again. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Turn it up. Don't believe the hype, it's a sequel. As an equal, can I get this through to you? My 98, I mean, what the hell?
Wow. That was impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I am from, like, the part of Queens where rap was invented, right? I'm from Jamaica. But hey, that brings us to, like, actually, we can finish this now, because somehow the rap routine brought us to almost the very end of this disaster. So let's cover it back up, and we can hear the last couple of minutes of great stuff about why this is a great show.
By Dune, which I'm very over the moon.
Why is he leaving? What is he not getting paid enough to not get high before he delivers this? Because I'm usually fairly stoned when I do my voiceovers, because it takes a long time to write them, and like I'm so frustrated when I'm done. I was like. And then, like, so, like, I mean, I know what it's like to, like, have to fix, like, being a little high when you do your freaking narration, but, man, Sean, wow.
Dune 4, because, quite frankly, I enjoyed the Dune movies. Now I'm just expecting...
Did he just talk in a circle?
I mean,
where
it's
he
like,
called the movies into question and then said they were, right?
So, eight minutes later after we said this before, what has he said about the show?
It's going to be a big, massive...
Souls in a robe, but they treat him on soap like soap on a robe. It's corrupt like a senator. I said, Farrakhan's a prophet that I think you ought to listen to. What he could say to you. What you gotta do is follow for now. I mean, what? This is crazy. Paying to the brother who be dealing on the corner with my 98B wheeling, selling to the brother man, but not the other man. Oh, I forgot to put Sean front and center. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
All right, I'm taking a bit of heart.
Number one. Can I tell him that I never had a gun? Oh, that's it. It's over. Sorry, guys. Well, there you go. Wow.
Well done. Well done.
There was no point in looking at it any longer. And also, we've been on the air a pretty long time, and we had a whole bunch of people watching. There's other entertainment to be had, and like maybe I actually have to like end my show at some point. We missed out on a whole bunch of shows due to lack of heat and other stuff. Do me a favor, I'm going to drop a link in. It's up to 20 views, so it's getting watched like once an hour. I'd like to exceed that. It's one of our lower performers. Star Trek Carbon Creek discussion is a decent Star Trek discussion. I got this one down to a really brief amount of time. Enterprise Carbon Creek discussion is a pretty worthy upload. If you don't have time to watch it, at least like it now. Help it get up in the algorithm. Watch it. It'll help it come back later. Sean, are you having a tornado?
No, Amber Alert. Sorry.
Let those people go, Sean. I told you that there's no. I know you need the extra money, but kidnapping the seniors and keeping them in the house. No way.
Clear that basement out. All
I
right.
said sit down. Wait, hold on. There you go.
Yeah. Guys, here's the Carbon Creek upload. Check it out for me if you could. Give it a boost. And this one's really organic. We were having a good conversation. I think one of my favorite things about our show is it's always pretty obvious that we're all friends. And it comes out in our chat. And, like, that's not to say that Sean endorses every crazy thing that I say, or I endorse everything that comes out of every single person's mouth, because no one can. But, you know, we're all friends. And, all we do is just talk Star Trek all week. And, damn it, does anyone ever get tired of that conversation? You know, it's always fun to talk about Star Trek.
Not me.
We'll be back tomorrow night in less than 24 hours. Dun, 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 right? Do I have some Star Trek music to play behind it? I made a legally distinct Star Trek song. I might have deleted it though.
The Oasis one?
No, that's not legally distinct. That's a cover of Oasis. What I did with Patton, this is how you make a legally distinct song. Yeah, I always wanted to work with Jerry Goldsmith, right?
Oh, nice.
So I took parts of his song that were up to a certain length of time long, and I combined them with two other songs from the same soundtrack.
But it's the Teags about to go nuts song, right? Isn't that get ready for the Teag rant?
This is always good when I want to say something crazy or be a little bit kooky or have some fun. It's like, listen, guys, the enemy has broken #Star Trek. The Romulans have broken #Star Trek. From now on, you're to use #ENT. If you're in a conversation about Star Trek, try to get out of it and start over using a different hashtag. We have to suppress this horrible hashtag. A war is not won by handing your hashtag to the enemy. It's by taking the hashtag away from the other poor dumb bastard and making him make his hashtag trend. Infection 31 has no interest from anyone. We will prevail. We will fulfill our destiny.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, right? That's the Admiral Teag I Am Not Insane music. It's the actual title of the song. Snell inspired it, but he was telling me about it one night. It's called Unhinged.
Yeah.
The title of the song is Unhinged. But hey, we have everybody on, so before we go...
But he's fully hinged.
He is fully hinged. So anyway, it's great to see everybody here, and we had a great celebration and a great night. A lot of people through, a great hang time, over a half an hour. You like us. You really like us. And hopefully it'll be approachable enough that people will watch later. Tony's got an upload going later tonight. He's going to be modding his own live upload. So try to go to that, see if you can do something for Tony there, because I think the band is on streaming, but hey, we're going to find out, right? He has uploaded, so that it should go down fine, Sean.
No, he can still, he's doing it as a premiere.
Now, liking it would be a good way to help guard him, and the only way to help him put up the shields is to like the broadcast. And Sean, would you like to be the one to scold Tony for a little bit for causing this problem on his that came back to haunt him? Because I'm getting tired of doing it. Just for a minute to lend it some veracity.
Tony, you're a bad boy.
Stop spilling blood where the vampire was staked.
Now, Trelane, we told you if you keep doing that, we're not going to let you play with any more planets.
Exactly. I'm trying to find. I'm pulling up Tony's channel right now so I can get the upload because I believe it'll probably be shown as being live.
You're supposed to say, "Oh, come on!"
No, he's going to do it live after Doomcock's show. He's going to premiere it.
But wouldn't it be set up? It's not set up.
Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah.
Oh, because it's a video and it's not live. It's not set up.
He usually does. He usually does his post when he thinks DC's about a half an hour away from ending, because you can't really tell when Doomcock's going to end.
In this case, you should put it up right now, put it at a safe time, and just kick it as needed.
Yeah, maybe he has.
And have the title be that when Doomcock is over stream. and change the name later.
He posted.
Because this way I can promote it.
He posted a community note, or whatever you call that thing.
No, it is a community note trying to explain the effects of the insanity. But here we go. This is Tony's channel. Make sure you go there, sub to it. After Doomcock tonight, there'll be an upload. If you're awake, check it out. If not, subbing to his channel always helps. He'll be back in a couple of weeks. Always a fun time over at Stark of Iron, a channel that I can recommend, even if I don't endorse everything that happens over there. But hey, like I said, you know, we're all friends, but everybody can. It's not a mutual admiration society. We don't collaborate, and that's why I'm always careful to say, like, I love Doomcock, but I do not represent him, and I do not work under his flag, you know, or coordinate with him. But there's nothing wrong with having a friendly relationship with the future ruler of the Earth. But you know, when I'm looking for bigger fish to fry. We're thinking about taking over a sector of the galaxy. Humanity needs. We are all that's left of the Federation of Planets. If you haven't already, would you consider joining my channel? If you do, you can have some member videos and access to my emojis if you join my community. And if you haven't subscribed, you know what? I'm stronger with you than without you. Are you ready to have some good feelings about Star Trek again? 2,108 of you have joined me since I started this journey 26 months ago. Not too shabby. How we do it? We keep it above the belt, we tell it like it is, and we show other shows that aren't Star Trek that are pretty good, like Yellowstone. Yellowstone, great stuff. We didn't talk much about it tonight, but we've talked about all we really know about Season 2. I'm going to make an actual video essay for Yellowstone, and that'll be going up on probably Tuesday. I'll make it on Monday. The script is finished, and yeah, it is Star Trek 1883. Yellowstone ends in Bozeman, Montana, Sean.
We were talking about that last night. Yeah,
isn't that crazy? Yeah,
I think it's subtle. Yeah.
Well, Paramount has all their properties based in the same area. They should just buy all of Bozeman and put the Paramount Tower there, instead of having it by me. But you know what? I feel like our friends out there have been great. Is there a way that we... Oh, no, too many people go away. We have to stick with this crazy schematic. Listen, we love all you guys. You did a great job. Thank everyone who's here. I was kind of right on it with the chat most of the time. Daniel, I didn't see you coming. Yeah, right as I'm saying I've been all right on the chat, it's like I didn't see Daniel. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
You missed about 4 hours of show, but hey, listen to it on the rewind. We were front-ended. We were pretty scripted, and then... we transformed this Star Trek video from Trek culture, most of it. And I think, what do you think, Sean? That was transformed enough in small enough bits that they can't do anything, really, can they?
Oh, yeah, that was fair use right there. Totally.
Especially the rap part might have been the most information we've ever got. He was good as a fucking rapper, wasn't he?
Yeah.
His movements synced well. Back. You know what? Now they got me in a cell because my records say so, because a brother like me said, well, Farrakhan's a prophet that I think you ought to listen to. You know what? Old Public Enemy, I love it. I don't know. Here we go. It's 1 year mission to explore strange new lands, to seek out new wildlife and new native civilizations, to boldly go where no Westerner has gone before. And I would say, like, the precursor would be, like, after several weeks of wandering around Dallas-Fort Worth, repeating that it's very dangerous and you should leave over and over, but finding one reason after another to stay. They stayed to get drunk. They stayed to sell cattle. Staying to get drunk was the one I agreed with more, but hey, we'll have more 1883. We'll finish that show out. It's almost done. It's a channel member favorite. More 1883 analysis, and I think everybody... Have the fans heard Sydney Sweeney? I think they have. Sean, what are you up to later? Do you have anything to promote?
No. Just working on a couple ships here. But
there you go.
No, nothing to promote. We'll do our big stuff tomorrow.
There, you know what? Like, here's the teaser for tomorrow. Let's watch it again. You were the founder of this here. You get to see it.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
You can really tell that's your hat at the end there.
Yeah.
You can tell it's a hat there. The NX01 gift that we have for emoji that we have for the channel members, that is actually Sean took a picture of his hat, and I needed another emoji to hope this like we earned another emoji, and I wonder if we earned another one now. Let me take a look. Are we allowed another emoji? Memberships. Oh my God! No, okay, that's the wrong one.
Wait, hold on.
No, I don't. Let's see. I need 13 emoji, 25 more members needed. Yeah, we're not going to get there, guys. Don't worry. We're not setting that as a goal. That's a little insane. But the badges are looking good these days. I'm pretty happy with the channel badges. Let's see. What can I give you guys before you go that'll make it worth your while to come back? George Lucas doesn't want Star Trek to be and Star Wars to be alike.
Do you want the Star Wars trilogy and the mythology to go beyond your lifetime?
No. 3 will be the last film, and it'll be a 6-part series, and that'll be the end of it.
Incorrect. You're not mentoring someone to take over for you?
No, it's
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
There may be other venues for it, but not in the theatrical release.
Affirmative.
I don't want to have it just sort of turn into Star Trek. I don't want to have it just sort of turn into Star Trek.
Here you go. You wanted to see a rat? I got a quick thing to share here, and I'll pause it as needed to avoid anything.
Okay. No sound helps though. If it's
you have to have some sound. You have to have some sound.
Okay.
So, is it on the screen here, or can you present this, Kermit? Do you see this or no?
Yeah. He's on the screen. He's on.
Okay.
Everyone can see him.
Okay.
I can't hear him.
Oh, you can't?
No, make it louder.
I can't hear it. Yeah.
Why isn't that happening?
It's too soft, Sean.
No, you didn't hear it?
Okay, now I can tell what song he's doing. I got enough to know what song he's doing.
Oh, okay.
It's because somebody's just fluttering their hand into the iPhone with the song playing behind it.
Oh, no. It's the download didn't go good. I have a better version on my phone, but... Yeah.
Kermit's had it rough out on 8 Mile.
Yeah. But like, there's a one part when he says "come on the lips" or something, and I have him cover his mouth. Wait.
Gotta be careful. If I would play more, but I feel like there's someone in a very far away place with their finger paused over something. So I think we pushed our luck enough today. Linda Park says goodbye. You know what? Here's the thing. Why did I do all these things?
The word decent doesn't apply to me.
Ha! You thought I was going to do the other one where I just say because I can. Ha ha, fooled you. All right, you guys get to see Sydney Sweeney for 44 seconds. We'll be back tomorrow night at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, where we'll have an ad-free, no AdSense, Absolutely enjoyable, through the roof, unbelievably great Star Trek watch party. And if you haven't watched the Carbon Creek discussion, check it out. It's great. Good night, Dave C. Thanks for being here. You were great.
Thank you.
And thanks for having me the other night. And Sean, you said you had nothing to pitch, so that one's good.
Yeah.
Linda Park is awesome. I didn't know she was with Tom Hardy. I'm more sad for him. What was wrong with Tom Hardy, you idiot? I would have found a way to make things work. But thank you all so much for being here. We love you all. And we have one more comment. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything at the end there.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that radioactive the gin and juice thing.
Oh,
From
yeah.
there I ruined it. Yeah, that guy's funny. See, I'm gonna bow out. I'm not gonna be backstage. I gotta go check on my wife, make sure she's okay.
No problem. Thank you, everyone,
right,
for
fellas.
being here. And guys, you get to see City Sweetie. Sean, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Thanks for having us on
See
the
you,
show.
Dave. Nice to meet you, man.
Yes,
see you
nice
later.
to finally
Radio.
meet you.
Yes, sir. Bye, radio.
Yeah, bye.
You guys are all the best.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you
on, Sean.
Yeah,
And Dave.
thank you.
Oh, that
You
was
guys
a pleasure.
are all the best, and thank you for being here, and thank you for watching my show. Here she is. Saving Star Trek is brought to you by the genius of Gene Roddenberry, the love of Star Trek, and the generosity of Star Trek fans like RRTNZ, who gave us a generous super chat. Stark of Iron, who supported me for 13 months as a member of my fleet and a fleet captain. I thank you, Stark of Iron. Mr. House Party 6, who gifted 5 of you memberships and made you part of our team. And Miskatonic Madman, a member for 11 months, who's still mopping the floor at 11. I hope you're done now. We love you all, and thank you very much. It's been an amazing night, and we'll catch you later. I'll see you out there.